Exploration helps everyone feel safe. To build a positive live chat experience for you and your viewers. Blah 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 blah, whatever. I think that's on. Just get on my phone. I think it's working. If I go on my phone, that's the way I kind of know, because it's technically not connected. So I'm kind of getting it like everyone else. That's what she said. Okay, there is volume. It's looking good. Any button. That one. Loaf horse. Yeah, washout, 30%. How many missions? Oh, there's 20 left. I'm definitely not gonna get not gonna get it done tonight or anything like that. But we'll chip away at it a bit. Rebel by choice, morning mate. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Always end up being a mad rush. Like the last few minutes, I suddenly remember, like, oh yeah, I've got to write the title, got to get the right stream, got to turn my volume down on my TV, put my headset in. Shit, Loaf's trying to escape. He's that much of a professional. That's how eager he is. He wants to get straight on it. Well, I mean, yeah, goddamn horse. Get yourself a loaf. I do need to go that way with him pretty soon. We'll just get him there. It's pretty much from where I last left the stream off, other than I've just spent the last 2 hours pretty much just sorting a few things out. Like, well, I brought all the road building equipment over to here because I'm going to build a road along there, and then it wants me to build that actual road. What else did I do? Oh yeah, last time I tipped this and it's kind of stuck here, and there was the safe underneath it, but earlier I managed to pop it out with a crane, and then with this, there's the safe kind of in front of me. I would have left more kind of to do on the live stream instead, but when I attached the winch and it actually managed to get the safe, so I was dragging it nearer to this thing, you know where it's like technically through the terrain, and what I didn't want it to do was like cock block the winch because there's not a direct line to it, so I just kind of kept dragging it until it was this near. What else? These 3 areas I've got to clear. I went over it with a crane, and I've knocked most of the trees down, so I've still got like a couple of trees per zone to clear, but instead of doing like 10, 15 trees per zone, there was some rocks along here I kind of moved out of the way, because I'm going to have to go up there at some point. I think that's mostly it. I mean, one of the cranes I rolled the other week, that was sat there upside down, so I used the bulldozer that I had here to do that. Over here I got this crane that was originally used to clear that big circle. I grabbed 1/2 of these kind of like things because they're worth a lot in steel beams. One of the missions it wants me to fix that, which I need 5 steel beams, so I can drive that up to the steel mill. I also got a mule there ready then to grab the beams. There was a couple of other things, but nothing. Oh yeah, I also got a mule over here ready to grab those 2 pieces of equipment that need delivering. I can already deliver this vehicle sort of down here to the construction depot and unlock that, but I need to, I'm going to have to patch these roads somehow, which unfortunately might end up being with sand. Thankfully this one's like activate for 0 sand, so at least that's basically free. However, it only gets to there, whereas obviously I need the sand and that down here. So I might have to do either a couple of runs, or I could, I've not unlocked this garage yet. So instead of spawning like a dump truck from all the way over here and trying to get it over there, I'll hopefully try and get that garage unlocked at some point. But worst case, I don't know, I could bring a crane maybe and just keep lifting the vehicle kind of over to the next bit or something. We'll figure something out. What one should we do first? You know, as it's tracked, I may as well just do this one, knock a couple of trees down. Squared Klein, afternoon, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. MacDog, hey mate, been a while. It has been a little while, how are you doing? Rebel, better this week? Yeah, that's good. makes life a lot easier. I mean, it's only knocking trees over in these zones, but I'm not even technically sure the crane is, strictly speaking, the best. It's not bad for knocking trees over. If you get it lined up and it hits the actual edge of the crane, it tips them pretty damn easily, but I don't know, maybe you could bring another vehicle. But I remember doing this on my normal playthrough. I kind of had a crane pretty nearby anyway, so it worked out. There was that bulldozer that I used to tip this over, which I then drove over here, but yeah, it's all these little bits that, like, the dozer's good if you just have a straight line run at pushing trees over, but once it starts getting on uneven terrain and all that, just with the way the tracked vehicles don't really grip or drive very well unless they're kind of like not having to steer. I just thought this one will probably be easier in the scheme of things. Have you gotten SnowRunner moved over to PC? Yeah, I've got it on PC now, and I got my save moved over. Yeah, so in theory it should all be like, from what I looked, it was like, it was my save. Obviously the percentages dropped down because since then there's like, they've released a couple more DLCs, and I've bought Year 5 as well, which it might already be kind of including that as an overall percentage. So I was on, like, I'm sure at some point I was on like 88 odd % completed playthrough, but now I think it's back down to like 58% or something. Just missed that one. Should have fired my crane legs out. Probably would have got it. Have you figured out what patch 4.3 is about? I haven't actually. I did update it the other day. I noticed it when I was like on Steam, and there was a couple of things that needed updating. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, touch wood, I have been messing around for the last couple of hours, just basically getting the map a bit more prepped for the live stream, so I just don't have to spend like the first hour or so of the live stream basically doing boring stuff like driving all these, like, particularly the bloody paver, driving it all the way over here and everything. I haven't had any frame drops or like where it sort of freezes up, sort of frame stutters for a second or two. So maybe it's just smoothed it out, like, in that sense. Square Client, do we know if Roadcraft is getting any more updates? I have no idea. I should imagine it is. Like, I highly doubt that it's just done now and, like, that's it. But I don't know for sure. I think if you go on Steam, I can't remember. Well, and it's like, obviously I'm on the PC, so it's hard to look at Steam. There might be like a, I don't know, like a Roadcraft diary of things they've got planned. I'm sure they did have some things planned, but to be honest, it might have just gone as far ahead as like this DLC so far. But I'd be 99% or more willing to bet that they're going to add more DLC vehicles and then at least another like a DLC sort of bunch of maps, probably another 2 maps again. For now, I'll just drive this crane, we'll get that. Get some steel made. Yeah, so that'd be my bet. Yeah, my clocks went back earlier. Like, I was waiting until 2 AM to post. I'll do a stream in half an hour, and then I looked and it was like, what, 1 AM? And yeah, in the end I was like, sod it, I may as well just do it anyway. It's a bit more iffy when the clocks go forward, because some people might, whatever time it is, depending what country you're in, you might be expecting me at whatever that equivalent time is, and it ends up being an hour earlier. But at this point, I was like, there's no point really in just waiting like another hour to just so it's back to 2:30 in the morning again for me anyway. Bit of an odd time, but yeah, it's like dinner time for me. Rebel 4.3 was just this week. Yeah, I only did it like the other day. But I haven't been on the game. Like, I've basically it must have been when I was finishing the either finishing the game on my normal playthrough or when I was last doing a live stream on this map. And then yeah, like I said the other day, it just said 4.3. Didn't take that long to download or anything. I think there was an update for like, is it Red Dead Redemption or something as well? I've not even been on that. Yeah, I spent like the first 2 days sort of deleting stuff off my phone because the memory was full again and YouTube kept crashing quite a lot. One time it crashed so hard it crashed my entire phone. And then yeah, I think after clearing a bit of memory, there was actually an update, not like a new one, but it security blah blah blah. It seems to make the phone run a little bit smoother. It did with the last one as well. Anyone off the side there? It sort of lost all its grip when I sort of bumped onto the bridge. Yeah, so I ended up playing the last couple of days. I was messing around on BeamNG, which has been pretty fun. They got some. Didn't do it to me. Got some rally stages that they've added on there, which were pretty good actually. Again, if they get that game more, not dialed in, I think it's a perfectly good game, but if they get it more like an actual, yeah, career, like a set of things to do, for like a bit of sort of actual game progression, I think they're going to kind of, they might rule that genre of market over the next 10 years, because honestly speaking, I like rally games, but some of them I noticed, like, I think I've said it before, Dirt 4 was pretty good, but Dirt 5's gone a bit more arcadey and Fortnite-y. But yeah, the biggest thing with rally games, I like the damage, and obviously on BeamNG, it's basically like real damage, so it was pretty good doing the rally stages, and like as you hit curbs, you might bend your wheel a bit, or obviously if you clip a tree, you completely annihilate the vehicle. I like sort of realistic stuff like that, and then I didn't really do any, but there is races on there as well, so again, that's going to kind of, I think it's going to be some pretty good competition for rally games and racing games like Gran Turismo, because as great as Gran Turismo is, like I said, there's no damage really on that game, which they could have done by now, really, I reckon. What did it bring? Just bug fixes, or I assume so. Yeah, I don't think there's anything like, I've not noticed anything that's actually been added per se, like a new map or vehicle or anything like that. And yeah, like I say, I've not noticed any stuttering frames, so I assume it was just some kind of tweak to the game in general, just to make it run a bit smoother. Which so far seems to be actually not a bad effort. Right, yeah, that gets 10 beams, which is pretty nice. Could just be me, I'm sure it gave me 13 on one of them things before. 10 seems a little bit, I wonder if that's part of the patch. They've toned that down a bit to make it not quite as many. It'll be typical, it probably won't fix the scalper or anything, but they'll make sure they limit you. I mean, at some point I'll unlock the construction zone on this map, and then at that point... Well, saying that, yeah, I still could, but I always forget I don't have a lot of money on this playthrough. Still need to... I've probably got like a few million quid's worth of resources on Sandswept or whatever it was, but... Yeah, that's another thing I need to check, actually, because there was some weird glitch. I don't know if they've done it on purpose, but I was cashing a load of things in on that map, and it wasn't actually paying me the money, even though it was saying I sold it for 140 grand, etc. And I'm not sure if that's like them doing it on purpose to try and get people that have used that glitch to like duplicate a load of cargo. But then I did get one or two that it was able to cash in, but I don't know, it was a bit weird. Right, I'll get this at least some of the way there. I don't know if... I remember it getting to that swampy section is a bit of a pain in the arse. I might need to bring another big crane anyway. It's my little escape route out the steel beams facility though, so he's going all the way around again. Oh shit, I'm trying to read comments. Hit a rock. Goddamn horse. I haven't seen any differences with 4.3, you might have to read about it. Yeah, true, again, on, like, for me anyway, I think if I went on Steam, it'd probably say what they tweaked. They seem pretty good at actually saying what they have and haven't tweaked. A lot of games, like, not recently, just generally speaking, they might say, like, you'll get a patch and it says bug fixes, but it never really tells you what's going on, whereas I've read through a few of the things that Roadcraft have posted, and they, yeah, they actually seem to like itemize it and list it, things they've actually tweaked and fixed and changed and all the rest of it, which I like that. Rebel, I haven't done a Roadcraft in about 6 days now. Have you not? To be fair, I suppose the same with me. I've not done one for a while until obviously last week. I more just messed around on the Wreckfest live stream, which I liked it. I enjoyed it. I mean, that game though, it kept crashing near the end, so I called it a day. But with no like particular mission progression currently on that game. Yeah, I wasn't planning on like doing multiple live streams on it anyway. I just like say for one, I wanted to test around with the settings a bit. Like now on my OBS thing, when I open it, it already has the option now listed that I can click on like where I set it up to live stream Wreckfest, which so at least I sort of know that if I do other games that like I sort of know how it all works a bit more now. That's probably not a good idea to go that way. We just kind of skip across there. Probably. Only one way to find out. Oh shit, well, I'm still... I don't know. Let's find out. It just needs to get its chin up. That's what's getting caught. Oh, don't tip. Don't do it to me. That's close. I might have to adjust the angle a little bit. Thankfully it's not actually like the annoying mud on this map that makes you go 1/10 of a mile an hour. Rebel, Tuesday had surgery on my mouth. Oh, did ya? Did it all go well and everything? Yeah, that's probably a good reason not to make any Roadcraft videos for a little while. I ended up last time bringing a crane from that direction. Could always bring that crane back. I still need to get this kind of... To be honest, I could just bring the crane from that direction and get like the vehicle to here. I might just do that. Yeah, not a massive fan of all this like death mud that makes you go really slow. It doesn't really, it's just one of them where it's like, it basically just makes you go slow. It'd be like if you had on Grand Theft Auto 5 the ability to turn it down to like 1/5 of the speed of the game, and then yeah, in general it just means everywhere you drive you're going to be going 5 times slower. If you're walking around on foot you'll be running in slow motion. Like, it doesn't really bring any more difficulty per se, it just makes everything drag out a bit more. But I suppose it is kind of the nature of this sort of game, but thankfully they've not done it kind of all over the place. This is more than enough for me, just this stupid little fix in this power line. I don't even know if it particularly unlocks anything great once you do it either. Yeah, I had a little test of those gearboxes out. I did a little video, but yeah, like it'd be nice if I could change it. I can understand, even though I'd rather you still would be able to, but that they've not allowed us to like adjust various modifiers and add fuel and all the rest of it to the playthrough. But I don't see why adding gearboxes, like you need to start a whole nother playthrough. Surely they could just make it so we can add gearboxes to this playthrough. Which, yeah, for more for this sort of stuff, although I'm sure it'd probably kick me out of high range by now, or at least run out of speed, but generally speaking, just to save listening and watching this thing climb up through 50 million gears by the time it gets to 10 mile an hour, just whacking it in high gear was pretty handy. So you can already tell where the mud just gets, like, ridiculous. I am still moving, just horrifically slowly. Right, that's close enough. I might just bring this thing back. Probably gonna have to. Square client, everything go good, I hope. Yeah, with Rebel. Rebel, I don't turn the clock back till November the 2nd. Yeah, I didn't even know it was going back or anything like that. It was just when I realised, like, my phone had gone back to 1 AM. I knew something wasn't right. It's typical. It always seems to be on a Saturday. At, like, yeah, 1, 2 in the morning, which is basically right before my live stream, so it always gets me every, well, twice a year I suppose. But again, going back an hour isn't as bad. When it goes forward an hour, I think in the end I normally settle on about 3 AM for me, which is kind of half an hour later than normal, but for people where it's gone backwards and all that. But yeah, as it goes, like, the clocks go back and forth, depending what country you're in, like, yeah, it's too complicated to try and figure out, kind of like when and where's being affected and all the rest of it. I just gotta go for it really. But yeah, if you're like, so I'm assuming America's clocks. Although, do you have like different? I know you got different time zones in America, but do you have like? Does each state have a different choice and opinion on when they move the clocks back and forth and so on? It's gonna kind of make me go down that way. Rebel, the cancer has really screwed me up. Teeth were breaking, had to have them removed. Yeah, it's shit, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's not good. Have you had to have like all your teeth removed, or is there like just a, like the back ones or something? I remember when I had my wisdom teeth out, they broke 2 of my other teeth at the back. They were yeah, pretty bad, the old wisdom teeth coming through. Sorry to hear that, Rebel. I hope all goes good, man. Yeah, that's definitely, sounds like you've had a bit of a rough week. So far, so good. Oh, pain subsiding. Should have a new set in a couple of weeks, and got a temp on top now. Yeah, fair enough. At least it's getting sorted then. Sorry, I sort of chopped half that comment off, so that's why it was taking me a while to read it. That's good. Hydrocodone helps a lot. Yeah, true. I've had them before as well, with like my cheek and knee and all the rest of it. Just took meds at 9. They've kicked in. So when I first took just cocodamol over here, I don't know if they're quite as strong as the hydrocodone thing. But originally, when my wisdom teeth were starting to come through, it was pretty painful to say the least. Have I gone the right way? No. And yeah, it was on like Christmas Eve sometime, and in typical man style, I'd left Christmas shopping until Christmas Eve, which was plenty of time if you ask me. And I took some and then went Christmas shopping, and by the time I got from where I lived, or well, actually where my mum and dad lived, to, I don't know, several miles away to where I was going to go shopping, they hit me so bad, I was like, I could hardly walk or anything. I was like, fuck this. Went into the nearest card shop, bought like 7 Christmas cards or whatever for everyone, and put 20 quid in them, because I was like, I was planning on going around and buying presents, like individually picked, but yeah, by the time I got there, I was like, fuck this, man. There's no way I can walk around the shops like this. I feel like I was going to drop any second. I suppose it felt good, like the painkillers certainly kicked in, and the wisdom teeth weren't hurting as much anymore, but yeah, not recommended to do Christmas shopping just as they kick in. For like the first time I'd ever tried them as well. Obviously after a while, like, they don't really do a lot. suppose with this mission, they probably planned on us doing a bridge layer, maybe. I mean, you did get the steel beams factory unlocked fairly quick, but I wish it would cost money to buy new bridges instead of steel beams. Which if it was, I think I would have probably bought a few more bridge layers in general. I mean, I can buy a whole new bridge layer, but again, I ain't really got a lot of money on this playthrough to be splashing out on them every 2 minutes. On my normal playthrough, I think I've still got like 13 point something million, so I'll be alright. Can you rotate, please? I've been asking for the last 10 seconds. Right, hopefully it can climb up there. I've got a sneaking feeling it might not, though. I could do with the crane going a bit further forward, possibly. Does not want to rotate. Yeah, I was going to say it's... Well, let's try it. Wouldn't hold me breath, though. No. Not any chance. Rebel having a 0.0% Heineken right now. Heineken. Also, it's not a bad... I thought it was tipping then. Not a bad beer. Or lager, whatever. Rebel, Arizona doesn't change time. Do they not? They should just scrap it by now, I think. I mean, I don't really care either way, but... I don't really see the point. If I remember correctly as well, like... I think I tend to get more headaches and migraines during the winter time. I already sort of figured that pattern, I reckon, but then I remember reading like a guy that was saying like for years he got headaches and shit all over the winter, and then once he ignored the clocks going back and forth, whatever it was, he just stuck to one time, and then he said, yeah, now it's all good. So it might be like, I think it does fuck you up more than you'd think, just considering they're only like, it's only changing it by an hour, but yeah, still enough. Oh, deliver a vehicle. Oh god, not a semi-truck. Oh yeah, I just dragged it with a loaf last time. Right, well we'll do that one in a bit, because I've already got to bring the loaf along here to drag the stuck fuel truck, which ends up going, oh it might even be to there, yeah, and then I'll use the loaf to drag that down here. So I might do this one then now. Deliver some shit, might be this one. Looks like the one. Sorry, I might have missed a comment or two there. So you said all. Boa, my sympathies for you, Rebel. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you've had a bit of a rough week, to say the least. Like a glove, that one's slotted in. Fearless Frank, in the States we change time the same date. Some states do not do daylight saving. Yeah, that's what, like, again, I don't really know why they need to anymore, but it seems just like a habit at this point. Why did that one at the bottom suddenly go wonky? There we go. Just needed a bit of violence. Thankfully these pieces are quite light, so even though you stack them quite high and awkwardly, they don't really tip you over that bad. Crane, can you just listen? I swear, this crane used to listen pretty well. And then some patch a little while ago, for me at least, it just has a mind of its own and not a good one. Right. We'll just try and wing it across the swamp. Yeah, I brought a crane earlier just to move, like, there was 2 piles of rocks. All of those ones and those ones just blocking this road. It's a little bit awkward up here. I remember, like, should just be able to climb up. But it is a little bit on the sketchy side. We'll see how well it goes. Rebel, it's 21:56 here, and I'm in Delphia, South Carolina. What is it here now? Just gone 2. But again, I mean, it should be 3 AM really. And what is it? Yeah, 25th or 26th of October. Almost Halloween. Actually, funnily enough, did me shopping order and that earlier. For the first time in a long while, I don't know why, but I bought a pumpkin. I'm gonna carve that beast up. It's random as well. I saw something the other week with someone saying like the leaves are staying on the trees really late this year. And then when they said it, it was like, it was a good point actually, because there's a massive tree opposite my house, and it's not like a conifer that stays like an evergreen tree. Yeah, and the leaves were hanging on for ages. They're finally all like in the last week or so, sort of caught up a bit and dropped off. But I was going to say, I definitely, like, one thing I definitely remember is the leaves were off the trees by Halloween over here, because as I said, when we were all kids in the garden, we were gathering all the leaves up and burning them in the pumpkins. And then, yeah, it seemed like it wasn't happening for a while, but then, yeah, suddenly the tree over the road has caught its ass up, and it's actually not got many leaves now. I think there's been a few storms recently, so the wind's going pretty good. I think that helped remove some of them. I do like Halloween-y kind of weather, though. I don't know why. Quite like autumn. Oh, shit, don't do it to me. See what I mean, though? Like, if these had any weight to them, that would have tipped pretty damn easily there. But they're actually kind of forgiving, which is nice, since it does make you take up this awkward route. Had to do rehab, couldn't sit up, I was so dizzy, cut it off. Luckily I could do without. Was that boa? I think I can see the bottom of your little picture thing. Is that with taking like painkillers and that, do you mean? Justin Lynch, hi, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Rebel, uncomfortably numb. It helps. It's also a very good song. It's like the first song I think I had on a phone as well. Well, as I said, I had a phone, and when I was like 18, I dropped it in the toilet while I was drunk. Then my mate lent me, well, he basically gave me his old phone, which I believe is called a Nokia 6630. Had like a weird rounded keypad thing at the bottom. And yeah, that had Comfortably Numb on it. Really great song. I still listen to that now. I listened to it the other day. On my gaming headset as well. It sounds great on a gaming headset. See, last time I actually drove up that hill, but I kind of had a feeling, I mean, it just kind of... The state of this terrain leaves it a bit to chance. So it could go either way, and it turns out this time it is not going too great. Kind of helped, really, that the... I think one of those cargo things that got strapped in kind of leant on that tree. I'll just move the crane over this way for a bit of weight distribution. Can we retract the legs without it tipping? We can. Shame I have to keep holding the button down to enter and exit the crane. Biggest pain in the arse in recent gaming memory for me is keep having to press that bloody button. I don't know why it's been a lot more of a dick this time than it was. Again, I'm pretty sure the first time I drove up like the fatter part. Whatever. We're up. There's a few more awkward bits up here, but I think they're a little easier to jump over. Rebel, I did make a snow runner video 55. You can hear me slur a little on the S's. Is that when they're kicking in? Oh shit. Probably go a bit over to this side on this one. Oh, it gets dark at 4 PM even with the clocks back an hour. Sun up after 7. Yeah, it's changed. Feels pretty rapid over here. It didn't feel like that long ago. It was still kind of light at 10 at night and all the rest of it, but yeah, feels like it dropped off pretty quick. Now it's dark pretty damn early. I mean, now the clocks have gone back, yeah, we're probably going to be basically like 4 PM dark here. And then, yeah, sunrise in probably 7, maybe even feels a little bit later than that. I suppose that's now going to be back to like 6 o'clock or whatever, but probably getting back nearer for 7 anyway. But yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't really, it's not the end of the world, but I don't really think they need to bother doing the clocks or anymore these days. But 6 GMT though right now, 5 GMT. Is that, so where are you then? Oh, you, like -5, yeah. Thankfully, being in England, like, yeah, since we invented time, yeah, I don't have to, like, do the -6 and whatever from GMT. Like, we are GMT. Was it Greenwich Mean Time? Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. That unlocked. Right. Don't want to do that one. So it's going to be side missions. I suppose I could get this safe out. In fact, where's the road I'm building? I suppose I could get on with the road. I mean, I laid one bit. In fact, I don't know if it was maybe because of that patch update, but it did feel a little bit smoother when I was pouring this sand. It felt like it poured a bit smoother than sort of coming out in like really clumpy, and then you end up getting like loads of piles. I sort of just tilted the bucket a little bit. Oh, I don't know. It's not looking great, but I don't know. Normally, like, instead of doing massive lumps and that, it seems a little bit of a finer spread. She said. Which I don't really need to build like some crazy intricate road along here, but I remember I was using it a few times, so again, like, just basically from the steel thing, beams facility, along here, and I'll sort of end it there, but then this road, I'll park everything kind of there, and then build that road. Boa, yeah, it gets dark around 7:30. Yeah, so you're still got like later light than we have at the minute. Yeah, see there again, I don't know, it could just be me, but they seem, I am using this, which a lot of the time I did use the bicycle. But I definitely have used this before, but yeah, just seems quite smooth lines when you sort of dumping the sand out. The sun starts at 7 AM now, we'll go around to 6:15 next week, yeah, once the old clocks change. I'll keep track. If I start getting more headaches, I might just ignore it. Go back to my own time. But which one is the real time? Like, now it's gone back, are we back to what it should be? Or is this like the artificial adjustment? I've got a feeling it probably is, to be artificially like adjusted it over winter. And then when the days get longer, it probably like they just put the clocks forward, but that's essentially going back to like what it should originally have been. That'd be my guess. Wobbly with a camera. Boa, big question in Winnipeg is, will it snow before Halloween? That'd be pretty cool. I definitely do like snow. I mean, it's definitely changed over here, really. We seem to get more snow in, like, probably January, February, even out like March, April, etc. Whereas, like, when I was a kid, we definitely got some decent snow by my birthday, which is towards the end of November. Like, I remember one year that, not having, like, a party per se, but there was a few mates supposed to be coming round, but it snowed and there was only one mate that made it because his mum and dad were pretty minted. They just bought a new Range Rover and that made it. Everyone else either got stuck or just didn't bother trying to set off, which I don't blame them because, yeah, it was a good, like, as well, I've not really seen some seriously good snow over here in ages. Like, again, that when it snowed that year on my birthday, it must have been like a good foot thick. Well, let's say 8 inches to a foot, depending on like where it drifted and all the rest of it. And I remember on Christmas quite a few times, other than having a white Christmas as well, but I remember I got like a Goodyear lorry toy truck thing for Christmas, and I was kind of driving that around in the snow in the garden, and that must have been a good foot or so thick. And then I crashed it into a frozen dog shit. I was like, yeah, it's one bad side of having snow covering the garden. Oh, this thing seems to be struggling to even move forward. Normally this is actually pretty decent. Don't know if it's because like the road's kind of beached in the middle. It might be catching under the middle of the vehicle, maybe. We're nearly there anyway. Just get to there. I broke my leg in 2018. Hydromorphone for pain made me too dizzy. Yeah, I mean some of the seriously strong stuff. It's pretty mad how, like, well, I suppose you could say the same about heroin and all sorts. I was going to say it's pretty mad how, like, just a little tablet that most of it probably isn't even the actual drug. And, yeah, can absolutely nail you. Rebel, I probably won't see snow this year. Why, do you reckon it's going to be too warm? I wouldn't mind, yeah, I want to see another proper white Christmas. Again, it'll be pretty nice. About a week, La Nina equals mild snowy winter. Mild snowy winter doesn't sound too bad. Again, I like the snow. I don't mind the cold, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know, when it's crazy cold, just more expensive to heat your home, and that's about it, really. It's alright when it's like -2, just enough for some snow, but without taking the piss. Like I said, one year, when I was living in my caravan, went down to like -13 or something, and I had a can of Coke on my bedside table that was frozen solid, and that was in my bedroom. And yeah, it was cold as fuck. And didn't have any heating or anything. Well, yeah, it didn't have central heating or anything in that caravan. I could have put a plug-in radiator, I suppose, but then that tripped the electric because it was on a really old grid back there. I had a heated, heated blanket thing, so I was like, got that turned on flat out. That was saved me bacon. But then one day, when it was like that cold as well, the electric went out, and when I woke up, yeah, it was the closest I reckon. I'm not saying like I had hypothermia, but I was cold enough to where I actually just felt like I couldn't be arsed, not couldn't be arsed, but I don't know, pretty much seizing up, like practically shutting down. I woke up and it was like, yeah, minus whatever in my room, and I had to get up, go outside, and then press the emergency electric button. And then I think at that point I probably just went back to bed for a bit to put my electric blanket back on and thaw out. And then, yeah, drive up to like the main thing and go and buy some more bloody electric cards. They were the days. I mean, again, this is not the most elaborate road, but I don't really need it to be. I just remember, I'm sure cutting across it was handy sort of here and there, and since I've got it was either drive the road building equipment over there manually, or I still have got 6 fuel, so I could recover them with the loaf. But I remember there is a sand quarry somewhere on this map that costs 3 fuel. And obviously if I transported all the vehicles, I'd only have 2 left. And when I eventually get the construction thing zone unlocked, I can buy fuel. But before I get that done, I want to preferably unlock like the garage and that, so I'm kind of at least starting near-ish. I remember as well, the reason why I'm not that arsed about making a nice road along here is, even after I'd smoothed all the sand out on my normal playthrough along here, the bloody paver getting stuck every 2 seconds. On like every little rock and everything, so ended up being a bit of a messy looking road anyway. But again, it'll do. It'll do in a pinch. Squared client Lone Wolf, we are GMT. What, whereabouts are you then? Isn't that like... yeah, should be roughly in line with us then, aren't you? Boa, not so far from London, UK, a mere 6,000 kilometres. 1,828 freedom units from me. Sounds pretty accurate. Square client, that's a good question. What, that with the time, like which was the original? Feel as spring, fall is the real time, spring starts the fake time. Oh, does it? Fair enough. I'm sure I have read before, but I can't remember why they even sort of bothered doing it in the first place. I mean, I've heard stuff like it's what was it? Light in the morning over here for when you go into work and whatnot. But then it's dark when you're coming back. Whereas if they didn't mess with the clocks, you'd probably still just about have a bit of light before you get home. I mean, for a lot of people that work indoors and so on, they basically won't see daylight now until sometime in the spring. I mean, if they've got windows where they work, I suppose they will. But yeah, I mean, that's basically like... I mean, again, I suppose it'll be light in the morning, but a grey, wintry morning, you know. People have still got their headlights on in the cars because it's still pretty dark and everything, so... as near as makes no difference. And then yeah, by the time you finish work, if you're on like a normal sort of 9 to 5, it's already gone. Right. I mean, I'll activate the paver. I'm not that arsed if it does a lot, but since I've got to drive it over there, I may as well pave while I'm on the way, but... oh, so they haven't fixed it. Not paving. I'm sure for a while they had this sort of fixed where it actually didn't hassle me, and then in the last month or so it's kind of gone back to a bit of a 50-50 shot whether it's going to work or not. Boa, big question every year, will it snow before Christmas, and will the kids be wearing parkas over the costumes? Yeah, if it pisses it down. As far as I remember it, for some reason it never seems to rain over here on Halloween. I don't really get trick-or-treaters anyway, because I live like right at the edge of the village where it's just, I think they've all concluded that it's not worth the effort to walk all the way to my house to probably not answer the door, which is fair. I very, very, very likely won't answer the door. And when I say very, very likely, I mean certain. So yeah, but I can't even remember if I've ever had a trick-or-treat over here, but again, like, just, yeah, it's not really worth the round trip for them. They've calculated it. Like I said, I remember years ago when I was a kid in like village I grew up in, me and my brother went round trick-or-treating, and we were doing like houses separately, but it wasn't to like try and double up, because I don't think that'd matter. It was just more like some houses won't answer and whatnot, so we'd kind of split up and then tell each other like, yeah, that and that house answered. And one of the houses my brother went to did trick or treat, and he got 2 2-litre bottles of proper Coca-Cola as well, the full fat good stuff. When we were kids, that was like, shit, it'd take about a year's pocket money to buy them. So I went there and I got an orange, and I don't even like oranges. I was still grateful because they gave me an orange, but yeah, it's like, god damn it. I'm like, do you want to swap an orange for a bottle of Coke? Because yeah, didn't like oranges. I like orange juice, but didn't really like eating the real things. So, Halloween, never had Xmas without 3 back-to-back snowstorms in November. Yeah, again, that's what it used to feel like over here, but it seems to be a bit more sort of mild and delayed these days, whereas, yeah, we seem to get more snow at, like, the beginning of the year and sort of going off into, like, yeah, March, even April and all that. Which never really used to be the case from what I remember. It's supposed to be mild and damp this winter. Justin, apparently Trump's throwing a hissy fit that Canada embarrassed him again, running an ad quoting Ronald Reagan about how tariffs are bad. Yeah, but Ronald Reagan was quoting how the tariffs were bad that Canada were putting on America, weren't it? They've done some sneakiness with it. I know that because I remember reading about it the other day. So yeah, he stopped the trade talks or whatever. Which, yeah, I mean, they take the risk, that's what they get. Which, to be fair, I mean, Canada does put a lot of tariffs on America, so they can't really talk. Obviously, they're gonna, because it doesn't benefit them, but I think it's one of them. You kind of live by the sword, you die by the sword. Sorry, see, of hot water in the air. Nothing hits the ground, just a touch of snow in the air. Yeah, we get that every now and then over here. I mean, to be fair, even when it does snow over here, it most of the time does settle, but not. It literally lasts like a day or so and then it's gone. And again, when I was a kid, I more remember, like, yeah, the winter was like, when it snows, it snowed, like, you get a good foot or so, and yeah, it'd be around for weeks and weeks and weeks, just sort of piled up on like the sides of the road and that, even though like the roads are probably cleared by then. But yeah, it just never really like lasts long over here. I suppose probably good in a way. You get like the snow, but it doesn't really. Well, I was going to say it doesn't really shut down the entire country. I suppose it still does. Over here we have a tendency, like, they'll shut the airports and train stations down like a day before they think it's going to snow. Or they'll close Heathrow Airport because there's half an inch of snow. And it's like, there's many countries in the world that just operate based on the assumption it will be perpetually snowing. And their airports are all fine. I don't know why, like, Heathrow's one of the busiest airports on the planet, and they close if a leaf falls on the bloody runway. Bit too, I don't know, panicky over here when it comes to that sort of stuff. Same as when it snows, people go out like panic buying and all sorts, and it's like, it's a fucking inch of snow. Like, I get like, when I used to have the M5, I'd go out in that, and it's like, the M5 is not made for, you know, off-roading, etc. It's like, if the M5 can make it through the snow, I'm sure half the people are driving like Range Rovers and all that sort of stuff anyway, so yeah, and they still panic buy and think it's some kind of Armageddon. Boa, what time is it, you ask? What, for me? Coming up 2:30 now, which is in theory when I would start the stream, obviously, yeah. Clock's changing. Fearless Frank, what kind of lighter do you use? It's just a disposable one at the minute. I did, like, ages ago, I bought a lighter on eBay that was, like, not silent, but basically it had a little switch you sort of click sideways and it practically had no noise at all. And it arrived on, like, a Wednesday or whatever, and I'd broke it by, like, Saturday, so it didn't even make it to one live stream. See what I mean? I've been yapping away, but yeah, this paver is a pain in the ass for this kind of game. It's practically impossible to lay a piece of road and this thing actually able to drive along it. Like, you'd need to play a game like Grand Theft Auto, where there is no, like, terrain deformation and it'll all be just completely flat roads. That's about the only time this thing would actually drive. I've got to try and get it through here. At least turning that thing off will help a little bit, but worst case, I'm going to have to send the goddamn horse through here at some point, so you can tow it out of here if not. Justin Lynch, apparently in hard mode you can pave in high gear. My buddy says it makes it look quicker. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I'd be interested in that. Rebel, trick-or-treaters know to stay away from my house. I think they just know when they're not going to get any action. But again, I don't think I ever had trick-or-treaters to begin with, for them to all come to the conclusion my house isn't worth it. But obviously I wasn't the first person that ever lived here, so probably whoever used to it just became like they passed the message on, handed down from generation to generation of children that are like, yeah, don't go to that house, it's a waste of time. The walk into chocolate ratio is not worth it. Just a Lynch, I love oranges. I don't know why, I've just never, like, I don't like them for some weird reason. If it was an apple or something, would have been better. Although I'm not going to lie, I would have rather 4 litres of Coca-Cola as a kid. Probably would have still been better. See, if we'd both gone to the house at the same time, probably would have got a bottle of Coke each. But the weird thing is, like, the village I was in, we didn't, like, there was kids, but really not many at all. So I think, like, they just, in general, weren't really used to trick-or-treaters. So I think when my brother knocked, he was kind of like, oh, what? Oh, do I give you some things? Okay, here's 4 litres of Coca-Cola. Good day, sir. Like, I think that's, like, the first trick-or-treater he'd ever had in his life. And then when I came along as the second trick-or-treater he'd ever had in his life, it's like, well, I'm out of Coca-Cola, have an orange. Good day, sir. But again, still grateful because better than telling me to sod off. Probably did trade that orange for something in the scheme of things. Probably got an extra few penny sweets out of it somewhere. About a rebel putting out the unwelcome mat. I mean, I suppose, like, I think some people go off the assumption as well, like, if you've got Halloween decorations and that hanging out, you probably got a good chance, but I've never really, like, bothered putting a pumpkin out or anything like that. Like I said, randomly, when I was doing the shopping, it was just, I did the shopping, I was going for all the thing, and then it was like, where it pops up saying, like, have you forgotten this, or what about this? It tries to offer you loads of pages of stuff before you click in, like, to the checkout, and then, yeah, a pumpkin come up. I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm doing it. It's only like £2, a bargain. I think they were more expensive than that when I was a kid. Although saying that, it's probably one of them where it's like, the pumpkin's actual size, it'd probably be the size of an orange. That's what I'll get for my £2 these days, of inflation. Brillinia made up 200 treat bags to give out for Beggars Night. Ours is Thursday, so everyone can carry on drunk driving on Friday. That's a good idea. Beggars Night. I've never heard it called that, but pretty accurate name, to be fair. That's basically what it is. Right, so I used to love it as a kid, but the last time I went trick-or-treating, said before, was with my mate, and we were both 16, and I'm pretty tall for my age and whatnot. I was by the time I was 16, and my mate was pretty massive, like a gigantic rugby player guy, and we didn't even really think of it, but when we got to a house and knocked and, like, trick-or-treat, the guy sort of looked nervous, and then it suddenly dawned on us, like, oh yeah, we basically look like 2 adults in masks, asking for sweets, and it was like, sort of didn't like it then. It was suddenly like, oh, it's, yeah, don't want to like literally scare people. I know it's Halloween, but I think this guy thought like, oh shit, am I about to be robbed? Which was like, no, just trick-or-treating, didn't really, still at school and everything, so kind of still considered a kid, but suddenly dawned on us like, oh yeah, but from the outside it's like 2 6-foot-plus people in masks, which is like, yeah, fair enough. I've got to be honest, I don't want to answer the door to 6-foot-plus people wearing masks either. And then, yeah, my mate had a mask on and he had glasses. And while we were waiting, like, when the guy was like, oh, and he went off to, like, he had a bowl of sweets, but he obviously just didn't expect 2 16-year-olds. And my mate's glasses steamed up. So when the guy was holding the bowl of sweets out, my mate's hand was just flailing around trying to find the bowl, and then he was like, yep, thank you, and then sort of tripped over the stairs, and like, it was pretty funny, sort of taking the piss out of ourselves afterwards. But yeah, I like very quickly was like, yeah, I don't know, I don't like knocking on someone's door and making them feel like, rather than just trick-or-treaters, it's like some kind of shakedown, like, give me sweets or we might be back to rob you. So yeah, that was the last house I ever trick-or-treated. If I remember rightly, this was one of the only roads in quite a damn while. Oh, no, well, I did drive the paver manually, I believe, actually. But I think there might be a chance this road actually, the AI can complete it without copious amounts of help. Justin Lynch, to be fair, I turn off all my lights, lock the door, and act like I'm not home during Halloween as well. It's true. I mean, again, it's not that I won't answer the door because of this, but it's a pretty, I bet there's a lot of people that get robbed on Halloween because it's the perfect excuse to be out in a mask and knock on people's doors and they're expected to answer. So yeah, like, there's that as well. I think that's probably one reason, like, on principle, I sort of wouldn't want to answer it these days. But as well, I don't know, you always hear, like, oh, there's some weirdo that's handed out, well, you always hear the rumours, like, oh, they've put razor blades in the sweets or something. Like, I don't even want to be a suspect on such a list. So if I've not handed anything out, then it's like, yep, it ain't me. Something about the vehicle got stuck. How? Of all the vehicles, I did not expect this to be the one that fucks it up. How? What's it out? It's got wedged on a rock. Oh, road planning. Why'd you... Does he go back to there? Good, he does. This one might. Yeah, he should, because he's not technically halfway. No, well, he did go over to that side. I suppose it's not the end of the world, actually, because I could basically lay the sand over to there. Let's get him going. No, I want to be this. I'll go and push the rock out of the way, hopefully. Get there before the dump truck does. Boa, I see comments cut off. What do you mean, sorry? Rebel, my Rottweiler used to scare them out, do the job. Shit. Meet perfectly in time. He was a few... Oh, that kind of works out nice, actually. It's far better. Good thing is, it doesn't lay any more sand once it's done, so even though he'll still drive over there, he shouldn't actually, like, pour another mound of sand on the road that now needs reflattening again. So it actually worked out pretty nicely. Boa, polar vortex winter sees temps in -4 either scale. Toronto shut down over 20 centimetres of snow. At least 20 centimetres is like fairly respectable. Again, over here it gets shut down like, yeah, over a centimetre or something. And everyone goes into panic mode. -40 though, I wouldn't be enjoying that. 20 centimetres of snow in Winnipeg means it's Wednesday. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some countries are like, yeah, it wouldn't exist as a place if they had to shut down every time it snowed. And you know, there's airports in Russia and whatnot that are just perpetually snowy. I don't know why on Heathrow they can't just put like a heated runway or something. Like the amount of money they must lose over shutting the airport down over what is a relatively small amount of snow. And again, it's weird because it's like, if the plane's taken off from, say, UK to Russia, just, or whatever, Canada, some northern place that's got like snowy airports, why can't it take off in Heathrow? But if it does, it'll just as easily and happily fly to some snow-ridden place and land there anyway, and then probably take off back from there. But then when it gets back to the UK, it suddenly turns into like panic mode. Right. Road is slightly done. Why can I not turn off? For some reason I can't turn off low. Well, it's going to enter the road construction request, which I'm going to see if this goes automatically. Don't hold your breath. I was just getting a bit nearer so it doesn't take 8 years to approach the road. Yeah, again, I'm kind of surprised. Although, to be fair to the dump truck, it did get wedged on a massive rock. Is it even paving? No. See, that seems a lot more... Bastard. Consistently not paving these days. After all that, it's going to drive itself back to the start anyway. Right, while that's going, whether it does or not, there's a goddamn horse. I need him kind of over there anyway, because, yeah, stuck fuel truck. Let's get that one on the go. Time, Mr. Lone Wolf. Hammer time. It's loaf time. It's the same thing. Square Klein. The road physics in this game aren't great in my opinion. I think they need work. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'd agree as well. Like, again, the paver, it's so needlessly useless. Like, yeah, it's just annoyingly useless. And given that it is an off-road game, and you can see now lumps in my road, and I drove over here with a bulldozer thing, it's as flat as the game lets me flatten it. And if I go back over it, you end up getting flat enough to where the road just then sort of shapes to the contour of the ground that was underneath it. So, long story short, unless you really go out your way, basically every road you build in this game is going to have little bumps and whatnot all over the place. And yeah, that paver just cannot even remotely handle it. And it sort of makes it like, that's one of the big reasons I don't build more roads if I can help it, just because knowing like the paver is the thing that pisses me off the most. Or if I do build roads, I tend to do the first 2 stages. I'll pour sand and flatten it, but quite often just avoid. I mean, look. Speak of the devil, he is stuck. Loaf takes that corner like a goddamn professional. Where is the, I'll leave him there for a minute. Where is the stuck truck? Oh, he was going the right way. So I thought, oh, maybe it's stuck on the rock, but it's not. And look how relatively flat that is. It's obviously catching its thing at the back on the ground at the side, but this is the route that AI sort of is telling it to go. So, one, I'd say that's sort of bad quality control on their part, but they make it harder for themselves because this vehicle is just so shit to begin with. that it gets stuck everywhere. I mean, I'm sure they used to, or it phases through some things. Those rear things just phase through everything. And then it'd drive through here now, but obviously that one little bit is just getting caught. So I'm basically going to have to cancel it and manually drive it. Oh, and now it's spawned on the other side, so in that case, I'll set it off from this way and we'll see how far it gets. See, I'd like to set off the steamroller thing now, but there's no point. I basically have to wait for this dickhead. Is it paving? Nope, that definitely like a way higher rate of not paving these days. It's something that patch 4.3 has not fixed that. We can narrow that down. I hope they add more to the road system in this game. Yeah, just certain things need a tweak where it's like, games above anything, I know there's like a difficulty element they want to aim for, but there's also a fun element. And when various things in this game, like this for example, just keep not working, it quickly nosedives the fun of it. For me, it's the same with stuff like the scalpers. If they just work like they were supposed to, and I've heard hundreds if not thousands of people say the scalper is shit. I've not heard one single person say it's good. There's even people on YouTube that have made specific videos to tell you where you can deploy the scalper, because it's such a pain in the ass, and yet they haven't fixed it or anything like that. And yeah, there's just elements in this game that they kind of shoot themselves in the foot, really, because they just make it more awkward than it needs to be. And like this being a prime example, one, they could make it have a little bit more ground clearance and a bit more grip, etc. Yeah, make those back things that spread out, like phase through everything so they don't get caught. And even that, just, yeah, a bit faster and a bit more power in that. And them not catching. And it, again, I mean, it ain't going to blow your socks off as a vehicle, but if it was just not annoying to the point you never even really noticed the vehicle, that'd do. I mean, it's probably going to get the right-hand side thing beached on here again. I was just hoping it could at least, yeah. It might have just got the road sort of connected up, though. That'll do. Right, cancel. Wonder if it'll let me get away with that. It might. Depends really on like which section it is. So, I may as well just do this manually. I could send it as an AI, and to be fair, the roller probably would get there. But I'm only going to have to watch it anyway, so I may as well just drive it at this point. But 5 years later was taking out my cousins, 5 more took out my niece. Yeah, I think that's the that's the way to get back into trick-or-treating as an adult. Got to find a child and be like, yeah, I'll safely escort you around the village for a slice, for a cut of the merchandise. Speaking of merchandise, that bloody Louvre or whatever getting robbed in France, like, what a fuck up on their part. It's like, not even all the rooms had CCTV and all sorts. And they're going, oh, like, they're priceless valuables. It's like, well, probably should have treated them like priceless valuables before fucking Bob the Builder on a ladder could just turn up and grab a load and leave in 7 minutes or whatever. And that's it. I mean, I do feel bad for them in the sense, like, yeah, I get why they're mad. And I do think it's a shame, whoever's got them, like, they're going to melt them down probably and, like, yeah, destroy some history. So I'm not agreeing with them, but still, it's like, how the hell can you guard stuff of that value so shitly? Right, road done. Now establish a route. Oh yeah, at least we get 15 fuel for this. Thankfully, because after you lay the road, the game kind of redoes the road just how it already had it pre-programmed in, so that little gap of tarmac has kind of just gone now. Not that I really would have cared either way, but still, for OCD and neatness reasons, at least it has. Is that where I've got to... Oh, I was going to say, like, when I was drawing it, I was thinking, hang on a minute. Seems a bit random. Right, see how well they do. Brilliant. Since COVID, we set up the end of the driveway with a lighted pirate treasure chest with treat bags in it. Saves wear on the doorbell. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, as long as you live, like... I've seen videos, it's a shame, like, some kids that just turn up and they'll grab, like, all 20 treat bags or whatever and sod off with them. But yeah, as long as people are, like, controlling themselves, that's definitely a better idea. Saves the hassle. Like, if I was gonna participate, I'd probably want to do the same, really. Just leave, like, a big bowl of sweets outside and, yeah. It'd be like, the deal is you can have a sweet if you don't knock and disturb me. Oklahoma Hellcat. Hello, everyone. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Oh, he's still moving. What do we got next? I might do retrieve the stuck fuel truck. Oh, yeah. Was I going to do the safe one? And somehow I got distracted from doing that. Yeah, so like I said before, I tipped over. It was under a pile of rocks. I got it out with a crane. Managed to get the mule to winch to it. Or not mule, mutt. I might try and just winch it and reverse out with the mule, mutt. And then, yeah, wing it. There's the plan. And yeah, that's why now I can actually still reach it with the winch, which is why I stopped it there at that point. But I knew it'd be a bit iffy just getting out of here. And I don't mind this mutt, but I don't think it's as good as just the normal links. So like there, it's basically getting stuck on those mud flap things, which aren't a thing on the normal links. I've got a feeling it would like reverse out of here a little better than it is. Don't even know if it was necessary that alone that was stopping me, but attach it anyway, just in case. What the hell was that? Sound like some Chinese gong being smacked. For God's sake, game. This is the kind of shit. It was annoying on this game. I know they might expect me to have a crane and whatnot. I mean, at this rate, it might be better off to get a bloody crane. I've only got to get out there, but it's not looking great with this thing. Fuck that, I can't be arsed driving that fucking thing around like that anymore. Might come back to that one later. I'll do the stuck fuel truck. If not, I might, like, later on I might have well, yeah, the loaf a little bit nearer. I'll just grab the bloody suitcase out there or something. I can't be arsed fucking around with that. Yeah, that mutt I just don't think is as good. At some point, I know I can drag this stuck fuel truck, but it's gonna... There's that pipe, like, laying across the road that's gonna get in the way. Life makes his own roads. Yeah. So I could either bring a truck that can dump sand and build over the pipe, or do what I did last time with the loaf and basically go round and then drag the stuck fuel truck over. Boa, Dan and Blast, the ruddy social worker, won the city council seat. What's that was, sorry. Repaving the road 2 or 3 layers deep. You can do it, loaf. Stopped at the last second. Good thing is you can wiggle the loaf and get him back to his tracks. That's why he's a goddamn professional. Repaving the road 2 or 3 layers deep to get smooth roads. Yeah, true, you can. Which I have done on some kind of routes that I use quite a lot. One off the top of my head, I think, was it Sojourn, or it might have been Sandswept, near one of the garages you unlock, was kind of a bit of a choke point. But yeah, it's like the paver's just going to be a knob until you get it like 2 or 3 layers deep. Oh shit, I'm going off this way. Yeah, good news is that water's a lot more, like, a lot shallower than it looks. So, even the goddamn horse without a snorkel can get through there. Was that dismissed her as a candidate? 2 big spenders. I figured it was between the Socialist Party candidate. Whereabouts is that? Sorry. Square Client. Well, my idea is they have the auto roads thing like they do for a mission, kind of like FS Farming Sim. Yeah, I think it'd be cool, like... Sorry, I think that's me wire on me remote. Yeah, if you could just draw AI routes and then send the AI to do it itself, really. Which again, I mean, it'd be questionable depending where it goes because of stuff like the bloody paver, but it'd still be a good idea. I'd like them to try it. Some of the roads they have us build in this game are kind of over crazy terrain and all the rest of it anyway, so there's no reason why, like, for example, if I drew an AI line from here down to there, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to just, like, the AI could do it itself. What is it for set up the new base? Steel and concrete. Wonder if there is 2 or 3 there. Apparently there was 3, but I only had 2, but they were glitching and flapping around, so there was a chance I lost one. I don't really mind driving around, dragging the truck over. I suppose I can do that. I was just thinking, like, is it worth bringing, like, a vehicle to lay some sand? Oh yeah, I think after all that, it's not even the... I did this last time. It's not the forest-based thing I'm taking it to. So let's put towing mode on. Just for some reason that thing looked like it was holding its handbrake on. Being considerate of it. Different road types. Yeah, that'd be cool as well. Rebel, in hard mode I don't need scalper thing, I assume you mean. Yeah, thankfully, because you can do, like, they turn the quarry zones bigger, which is what they should have just done in the first place. It's funny that technically hard mode is easier in that sense. Like, if anything, the scalper we've got in this is hard mode, because it's a fucking pain in the arse to get it to work anywhere. Boa, why do they put the real things on display? Yeah, exactly, like, that's pretty stupid, but back in the day they used to have like these big sort of ornate looking cabinets that had like really thick bulletproof glass to protect them as well, so you probably wouldn't get through it with just power tools and that. But then part of like trying to make the place look more modern and that, they got rid of these big fancy looking glass cabinets and got some, like, I don't know, minimalistic looking cabinets which for one look a lot shitter, and 2, the glass on it was either normal glass or just definitely not, like, you know, really thick bulletproof glass. So yeah, they just in a way were right for the picking. I mean, it is what it is. They just hired a DEI hire they got a woman in there that said she wants more women, so then she hired a woman as the head of security like 10 months ago, and then yeah, 10 months later, Crown Royal Family Jewel thing's gone. So I think their virtue signal hire didn't go too well. Which I'm not saying that because it's a woman, I'm just saying they didn't pick someone who seems to know or give much of a shit about security. And yeah, that's the result. Someone figured it out. I mean, you'd think though, like, even if you got away with a perfect robbery, I wouldn't want to be the guy that had them, because it's a matter of, like, national pride and all the rest of it. They're going to have to track them down. Like, if whoever got away with it just gets them, gets away, and never found, and that's the end of it, that's a pretty monumental fuck-up. I mean, it's already a monumental fuck-up, but you'd think they're going to have, like, and because it's the scale of, like, you know, it's different jewels and that. I think Napoleon III had, like, you're basically talking, well, he declared himself like the emperor and that, didn't he? Or that might have been the the first one, whatever. Yeah, so you'd think they're going to get, like, the whatever the French secret service is and etc, etc. They're going to have to do something. They can't just let them get robbed and then that's it. So whoever's got them, they're surely going to be tracked down. Like, I mean, at that point you'd think behind the scenes France would be asking for, like, you know, the UK sort of MI6, whatever, you know, that level of, like, we need to find these at all costs, because above anything it was a bit like bank robberies and that back in the day. They can't really let it happen at all costs, because it's like they'll spend a lot more than what was robbed to get them back, because if it turns out you can break into the Louvre and nick literally, like, royal jewels and crowns and all that, and then you get away with it, obviously it's going to encourage a lot more people. Well, this went a lot better last time. For some annoying reason, it's not giving me the back winch point. It might if I go down here, but then I need a longer, or would want a longer cable. And that's just going to keep wedging it against it. I need those winch points that are a bit higher, but because in this game you just can't select your winch points. That fucks that up. Can't really, like, oh, I can get into this truck and drive it, but I'd be willing to bet it won't move. Yep. Right, so we'll sort of leave that one for a bit. I might bring a vehicle and just pour sand and it'll lift that thing up. I did that last time, but I already, well, it's a separate mission, yeah, it's there, I've got to deliver it. But I did this mission, which then unlocks the forest base, and then I could spawn a bicycle just here, and obviously pour the sand. So in that case, actually, I suppose I could do this mission. Yeah, I may as well, because like I say, then I can spawn a bike, or otherwise, like, the only other option is drive back round with a loaf, tow the semi-truck back out the ditch a bit, go back round with a loaf, tow it over. I mean, it's doable, but it's just it's not really very time efficient. I should still have 5 beams there. And where was it? There was some slabs there. Yeah, they're under there. Oh yeah, while I am there, or close, we'll use the loaf to see. If there's three slabs down here, then I don't need to go anywhere else to get them. If there's only 2, I may as well grab some others while I'm on the way. Greedy kid trap, dummy in costume, on a chair, holds a bowl. Knight has switched out the dummy, put on a costume, ignore sign, take 1. I must admit, for these days you probably get some kind of complaint going on because you scared the shit out of the kid, even though, yeah, see, that's what they did last time, but there is only 2 there again. Do they fly off this time? Last time they kind of separated but sort of exploded everywhere. Yeah, that's not too bad, those ones. Right, so yeah, I'm still going to need another slab there. Thought that was a giant slab there, thought I got lucky. Yeah, worst case there is another slab there. Where did it go? May as well recover this thing, really. Highland base. Oh, I could do it to the loaf. Oh, do you know what? I actually would. But why is it not letting me move the... That was weird. The whole game stopped me moving anything at that point. If those slabs were there, it'd be perfect to recover it here, but I'm only going to have to drive back anyway, so I may as well just go to the Highland base. Square client, yeah, but 2 or 3 paves to make a decent road is annoying. Yeah, it does get a bit, like, old after a while, and again, if you just... I've kind of on this game more towards the end of the game, like, just stuck to building the roads it makes me build, whereas, like, yeah, faffing around is, it does get a bit old a bit quick to where I'd rather wing it and try and drive over rough surfaces than go through the hassle of building the roads, especially again with the scalper on top. Thankfully this map, by comparison to Contamination, this map's got a fairly decent coverage of sand quarries, apart from this top corner. It could do like a nice big sand quarry there, but other than that, like a lot of the places you're in, you actually have got a bit of coverage. I think, yeah, that's 3. Oh, then I've got 21 now, fuck it. Is that done? What vehicle? Oh, it was me scalper. I wonder if that did it deploy? Well, it must have, because it's got its wings flapped out. Some of them rare cases where it actually works. Didn't really need it on, but it is. Sorry, I got distracted. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I was showing you like the the amount of sand quarries versus, like, yeah, Contamination. They really killed that map for me, really, because there was just hardly any. And then it kind of has a bit of a knock-on effect, makes the whole rest of the game a little bit painful and drawn out, because you can't really build many roads anywhere. For some reason it swerves around when you drive on that. Already had a feeling it was going to do it, and it did. Well, I think I've seen a little hint of frame rate drop there, but not bad. Not like, it's not dropped down to like 10 FPS or something. Boa said 1 as they sit up in the chair. That would shit them up. Probably would learn the lesson to, like, not do it in the future. Like, by comparison, I've seen that video of the kid where he goes to a trick-or-treat house and the tub they've left outside is empty, and he dips into his own trick-or-treat bag to top it back up. It's like, that is a well-raised kid. Done. Just gonna move my mic, got a cough. Excuse me. Local by-election, last one died in office. You heard in Germany recently, like, with the AFP party, there's something ridiculous, like 11 different candidates have died recently or whatever. Something like, I can't remember what the number is, but like beyond ridiculous. You think, oh, the first 2 or 3, like, oh, that's a bit suspicious. Now it's up to like some ridiculous number, which, yeah, obviously the media's kind of playing it down, just going, oh no, some of them were older and whatnot, and it's like, yeah, but that's a lot of people dying in one political party that the kind of establishment doesn't really want to be elected, but a lot of the population seem to want. Is a little bit on the suspicious side. Right, so I'm gonna have to go there. I suppose I can just drive down my road then and go that way. Why not? Rebel, I think if you lay sand, don't accelerate truck, let sand move. Truck seems to make a smoother road. Yeah, I sort of know what you mean. Sort of let it drop out and it sort of propels you along a bit at the same time. I sort of try and, like, say when I was doing it earlier. It depends where I'm making a road and whatnot, but I was trying to drop the hammer a bit and kind of use as few refills as possible. So like this road here, I was trying to make like really thin, just to get the most sort of length out of each sand load. On some rougher bits, I tend to pour it like sort of a deeper, thicker layer to help smooth it out a bit. I mean, again, this road, just little bits like this, it now just makes it a bit easier to cut along here. It's probably not even that bad in this vehicle regardless. I'm sure there was a couple of other routes that I cut along there, but yeah, it was partly like I did it on my original playthrough because I was, as I said, instead of like manually using the fuel, or like using the fuel by recalling with a loaf, I just was going to manually drive some things, and then at that point, yeah, so I may as well lay a road whilst I'm going along. I don't know why they make these horrifically awkward to get out of there. Seems a bit unnecessary. So it went a bit easier last time, but turning the crane left, but it's just having none of it. But then when I let go, the thing drops down, which sort of implies that it wasn't really wedged. I mean, worst case, I'll say worst case, it's happening. Or do I get the other one? Nah. Might live to regret it, but there's the other two where kind of I need them, so I'll have enough to do that. I can't remember if I need another concrete slab in the future on this game, but the chances of me only needing one are doubtful anyway, so. And hopefully by then I've got the construction zone unlocked, so I can just buy whatever I need. I just sit at home, blast Halloween music and watch the cameras for kids to show up and handle handfuls of candy. Yeah, true, I could do like an outdoor camera, that would make life a bit easier to see who's doing what out there. Where am I heading? Over here. So I may have to drive around, which at that point actually, like through here. May as well go up to there. Sort of smash through the forest. Sort of more like that, so I want to turn right and then left. Boa, any shallower, it would be hanging around outside the club trying to hook up foolers, footballers. Yeah, that's true. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, we hang out with a pirate chest, handing out light up things to each kid so they can be seen better as it gets dark. Yeah, again, that's a good idea as well. Like I say, I sort of, yeah, luckily I'm so on the edge of the village, I just never happened so far. Lived here, what, 8 years now, I think? And yeah, pretty damn certain I've never had even one attempt. But someone was saying earlier, like, lights off and all the rest of it. Yeah. My house overall does kind of look pretty dark. Oh yeah, I forgot to cut through the forest after all that. Back it up a little bit. I could go forward, but I'll try and cut through that way. Yeah, I tend to have most of the lights off anyway, so to be fair, from the outside actually, my house probably does look like there isn't even anyone in to begin with. Most of the time anyway. First person mode, so see which trees to swerve around. Gearbox didn't like that. Just made it past though. Got away with it. Actually went under the chassis for once instead of getting caught on the axles. She went pretty nicely. Brilliant. Lots of small kids in our neighbourhood due to all the schools within a block of us. Yeah, so like I say, if it was one of them where I had like 20 kids a year sort of turning up, I probably would get something and do it, but to be honest, yeah, I've literally never had a kid knock, so never been an issue. Even though, in fairness, I probably would sort of ignore it. But again, if it was one of them where like there was loads of kids going around, and there probably is in the main village, but as I say, I'm seriously like kind of a bit of a trek out the village almost. Like well, yeah, a good amount of people don't even kind of know my house is here. You can see it, but you can sort of tell at night when there's a straight road flying out the village, and all boy racers, and to be fair, even some pretty nice cars, drop the hammer as they leave the village, and they kind of don't realise that I live here, so they come flying past my house. But I do quite like cars, so if it's some little boy racer car with a loud exhaust, I don't really care, but I do actually get quite a lot like Porsches, Lambos, not many, but like, yeah, some nice cars actually dropping the hammer past the house. Because I think they assume it's like just some office building or God knows what, but they don't really seem to know that I live here. Zach, how's it going, Mr. Wolf? I finished Roadcraft last weekend and started the newest phase of SnowRunner. It's a nice map, and man, it's so good to have mods again. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, mods never really got going on this, did it? I know they've added a few. There seems to be some map mods that originally came out with this, but I was interested in vehicle mods, if anything, and I think I said it the other week. I don't know if this game in general either doesn't offer you the chance to make vehicles in the first place, or yeah, I'd imagine that, because I would have thought, being like how many mods are on the SnowRunner community end of things, you'd think you'd have at least someone making vehicle mods on this game if it was possible, but so far it seems like they're only doing yeah, like map mods, which again are kind of less, I don't know, less desired. But yeah, like when I go back to SnowRunner, I'll definitely well, I've already got a load of the mods, a lot of AGL, which I had to like re-download them all to when I was transferring my save and whatnot, just to make sure they all sort of lined up, otherwise it'd delete loads of stuff. There's probably some that got deleted, but I think for the most part, at least because it makes you log in. I suppose that was the good thing with it, making you log into your mod.io page or whatever. It remembered all the mods I originally had sort of subscribed to, so it actually wasn't that bad to transfer the bulk of them over again. There might have been some I missed here and there, but He'll do. It's close enough. I knew it'd spill some sand. Couldn't help itself. Rebel Evenings out. Right, you'll love Washington. I did episode 55 today. Oh yeah, you're on about yeah, on SnowRunner. Oh, is that where it is? Washington. So yeah, Trump building his big beautiful ballroom. It's getting underway as well. It's pretty mad how much it costs. Like, I imagine, among other things, yeah, it's probably not going to be a normal ballroom, as in if it's the White House, I'm assuming it should be anyway. Some triple bulletproof ballroom going on. I mean, again, don't do what the Louvre did and just hope no one will rob it. Because that did not go well for them. I get what, like, I think it's a good thing, though, the White House getting that big ballroom, because, like, when they do events there, they used to get tents out and that, didn't they, on the lawns, which is a little bit sketchy for, like, having various world leaders and whatnot attending. I wouldn't fancy any chances of a tent stopping a sniper bullet or anything. Just keep filling, you bastard. Just a link to see you guys. I appreciate it, man. Cheers for popping in, though. Enjoy the rest of your day. Or night. Whatever it is. Just, oh, cool. We can. Ribble, Zach, Modder SE has great trucks. Is that where you get, yeah, a lot of your Western Stars from? Well, nearest school about 10 minutes north of us, but across the street is the park and river. Not getting further south without crossing a bridge. I have technically got a school in, like, the village I live in, but again, it's as near as makes no difference, really, like, on the other side, so there's just no reason for anyone. And because I'm basically, like, on a main road as well. Yeah, I'd imagine that a lot of parents would probably say anyway, like, don't even go up that main road, but there's only, like, there is technically another house or two on the way, but then I'm, like, again, quite a lot further out. But yeah, it's, if I had a kid, I really wouldn't want them walking on this main road anyway. Again, a lot of people sort of don't even realise this is the house, so they drop the hammer as they leave the village, and, yeah, got cars going, like, 100 mile an hour plus flying past my house on a fairly regular basis, so it's probably best that little kids ain't heading this kind of way anyway. But you see, now I have bought a pumpkin this year. I suppose I'll have to see as an experiment. I have to put a bag of, like, I don't know, sweets on me shopping. Finally realised what them share bags are all about. Hate it when sweets put that. You buy like a bag of M&Ms and it says a share bag. It's like, don't offer my sweets to other people on my behalf. That is not a share bag, that is a me bag. But yeah, I suppose those bags of, like, fun-sized Mars bars makes sense now. Well, like I say, the way things are these days, no my luck. I'd do Halloween, hand some sweets out. A kid would choke on one of the Mars bars and then I'd get sued or something. That's probably the way it'd go these days. Back when I was a kid, even if you got sweets with razor blades in, you'd still have to say thanks for the sweets and an extra thanks for the razor blades. So it was random as well. Like it was, must have been the day after last week's live stream. I was like sleep had gone to shit, so I was like not really going to sleep, but kind of resting my eyes on the sofa, and something pretty fat and juicy ran across my roof. And I really want to know what the hell it was. It was like pretty distinct, like it sounded like 4 legs, which confused me. It's like like did it about 5 times, skipping along my roof. And it's like the roof right above me at the minute is, you've got like the main roof of the house, but then like this is sort of like the living room, and it's like an extra sort of smaller, slightly lower roof. But yeah, don't know what the hell it was, but it was some big animal, I assume. I hope, unless it was some crackhead running around on the roof. But yeah, I really like don't really hear. I don't think we're supposed to have animals that large running around on roofs, but whatever the hell it was pretty loud. And at the time, because I was laying down, like I'd turned the telly down to 1 volume, which is as near as makes no difference, you can't hear it. So I was actually sat in a completely silent room when it did it, and I heard it pretty damn well. And yeah, been wondering for the last week like what the hell it was. Speaking of Halloween, could have been like Dracula eyeing me up for the special day. I mean, yeah, I don't think it was paranormal, but best case, it was like a gigantic owl, which you don't get. I mean, we've got owls over here, but you don't really see or hear many of them. But yeah, I don't know what the hell it was, but it very clearly and distinctly ran across my roof. And then that was it, gone. So it might be on the next, like, Nuke's Top 5 with some weird, crazy, bold alien peeking at me on my roof. It was whatever it was. I even went upstairs and looked out, like, the bathroom window, because you can see on top of the roof. And, yeah, I couldn't see anything. Obviously, at the time when I was doing it, it was like, hope nothing tries to grab me through the window when I'm looking out there. But, yeah, I didn't see anything. I'd love to know what it was, because, again, we don't really have gigantic large animal. I mean, if it was America or something, you might think like, yeah, it was a big fat bold eagle ran across the roof or something. We don't really have that over here, so I'd say the only thing I can think of is a large owl. But if you heard how loud it was a pretty fucking large owl if it was. But it didn't really, like, I don't know, it didn't sound like a bird skipping along. Like, it probably ran. It had some pretty some bass to its footsteps running along the roof. And yeah, I'd love to know what it was. Boa, I live in a block of flats, no visitors. That makes it easier. You'd think really a block of flats would actually be like perfect for trick-or-treaters. So it's like, in theory, you could knock a lot of doors without having to go very far. But I could also imagine, yeah, a lot of kids just skip like a block of flats and stick to the houses. Private funds only. Is that, yeah, with the White House ballroom? Yeah, which is an absolute bargain. It's one of them where even if it was taxpayer money, I'd still kind of agree with it anyway. Not just because it's Trump or America. I'd say the same over here. It's like, you sort of need that kind of shit. And I've heard a thing that Trump was saying, which I do agree with, was like, he has people from all over the world coming to America to be hosted there. And they come from, like, you know, European palaces and all that, like, and then they come to America and they essentially get the tents out, and it was sort of saying like it's just not a good look versus like a big fancy ballroom. And I get what he's saying in political terms. He was like, it projects more power and everything than, yeah, getting out a bunch of tents to sit on the lawn. So I think the White House could certainly do with something like that. So I don't think it's going to be a waste in the scheme of things. I think it will get used like quite a lot. And yeah, it does sound like it was something that the general of the, you know, White House complex could kind of do with, really. And yeah, the fact that you're getting it for free, basically, because it's private donors, it's like a bargain. I know, like, not like America will ever sell the White House, but in terms of property and property value and all that, it's, yeah, going to raise the property value of the White House. And it's one of them, really. I sort of think, like, with historic buildings, but that have come to their end, like, I think a good example, because we've got loads of them in England and whatnot, would be like an old castle or something. I don't like it when you hear, like, if someone buys a castle and then they try to get planning permission and add, like, some minimalist, modern-looking glass thing sticking out the side of it. I don't really like it when people do that. But I think with a government building like the White House, even though it's obviously historic, I do also think it should keep up with the times. So over the years, it's going to get modernised and whatnot. And, yeah, one day that'll be, like, a classic White House feature that people are sort of be saying, like, they don't want that touched and so on. But yeah, I think with, like, government building, like, that are sort of still in use and everything should, yeah, still keep up with the times. I mean, back in the day, wasn't it, Roosevelt or whatever, they gutted the White House and rebuilt it basically from the inside, but kept, like, the outside looking White House bit. But yeah, overall, I think it's a good thing. It looks like a pretty massive building, sort of looks bigger than the White House, but again, yeah, if it's for free, it's always a good thing. And as long as it blends in, that's what I mean. If they tried to make it look like some modern, like, glass thing, not saying I don't like the look of that sort of stuff, but it doesn't suit. Oh shit. We'll probably do this no, whatever it says, unknown, that was it. Hopefully it doesn't glitch anything. I should have just drove the vehicle in. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it blends in with the White House, and that's why I think it'll be a good thing in the end. And I do get the concept of, like, yeah, if you're hosting people that come from palaces and that, even though it is, like, shouldn't be like that, but it is just the nature of politics, you do want to kind of project a certain air of power. And, yeah, getting tables and chairs and tents out is a little bit, doesn't really give the right impression compared to what America is. Repair the main power substation. Oh yeah, that is deliver that vehicle. Oh yeah, which I can drag there with a loaf. So I might do that then. What are the other missions? Oh yeah, that stupid private safe, which is doable, it's just a pain in the arse getting the vehicle out there. And then yeah, deliver that, which I do need that road built. So I might do the power station, because that might help unlock that thing. The base. Oh yeah, shit, I could do with building that road first though, really. Yeah, because otherwise there's just no good way over this pipe really, without going, like, right the way around, which I kind of don't want to do out of principle. So, I suppose, scrap that. I'm going to have to do the road. It did pop up a minute ago. Where? What? There it is. I mean, the mission isn't, like, officially unlocked yet. Well, at least I've unlocked this forest base. So I could always spawn the paver and that a little bit nearer. I may as well drive this since it's only down the road. Let's fill it up. Was that Hey Rebel? Boa press bent out of shape. Abomination gets indoor basketball court, costs $500 million. Yeah, I know, I don't like... Another thing with Obama, funnily enough, because I saw it recently, I've seen it before, but the presidential library thing he's built that's only half finished and looks like shit. Spent like 800 million on it or something ridiculous. And it's like, it's got to be money laundering, because if you look at it, it's like, it's barely got the footprint of a large house, and it isn't even that tall, and it's like, how the hell do you spunk 800 million? And it's not even finished. And then the other thing that's a bit of a scam, which I think is just political kind of rich people bullshit was when he was going to build the library, he said, like, we're going to raise an endowment and that so it won't cost the taxpayers any money, and they were going to raise an endowment for something like 240 million. I might be a few million off, but about there. Oh yeah, I'm going to need a tree trimmer thing, mulcher. So that's part of how they got permission, like, yeah, okay, you can build this, it's not going to cost taxpayer money. And then Obama only put $1 million into the endowment, and then obviously that doesn't even remotely cover the 240 million, and then the taxpayer has to pick up the bill, and it's like, that's ruthless. Like, that should be some straight up illegal bullshit that obviously they knew they were never going to put the full amount in, but that was just their way of, like, getting it through so people don't complain. And then the other thing was, like, in Chicago, it was built on, like, parkland or something, which was illegal to build on, but then obviously they changed the rules just for that, and then they sold the land to him for $10. So even with, like, the 800 million that they've spent building it, it's like, normally a big cost of building it is the price of the land and the building permission, really. Like, over here, that's what few. because was it glitched? Oh, do you know what? It's never done that before, but that's actually quite handy that it's somehow it's glitched a bit. I wonder if that's maybe something to do with the patch 4.3. I don't know, but I've always wanted it to do that, where it's like the AI made it some other way. And then, yeah, I can now take over. And it's going to be a bit of a mess, but I've only got to get like a little bit further. The only problem is now, though, it won't spawn over the other side on its own. At this point, I kind of need to get out of here, turn round, and then dump sand backwards. Which at least this road's here, so that actually won't be too bad. Yeah, I'll have to... It might just be some weird glitch then that made it just kind of cancel the route, but didn't make the vehicle go back. Or that's an actual change. Lost your mic, Mr. Wolf. Oh, mic is back. That's weird. Cheers for letting us know. Sorry, I'm probably a little bit behind with the comments, but I don't know why it did that. Wonder what that's about. I don't think I've snagged any cables or anything. Oh yeah, I can hear myself on... Right, yeah, again, thanks for letting us know. I don't know what that's about. I don't know how long I was cut off for. I don't know what you heard and what you didn't. YouTube trying to shut Wolf down, damn censorship. It wouldn't surprise me. Mic check. You won't see it till it's too late, that is true. You are as quiet as Kelly. I would like... Well, it sounds like it's back to normal now, but... Yeah, the mic's still next to me. I've just got my headset on, so... I've not clicked any buttons or anything, but yeah, like obviously something happened. I don't know why it randomly stopped and then fixed itself. I could understand if it broke and stopped working, but I don't know why it randomly has done it for like a minute or something, or however long it was. Hopefully it didn't do it again. That's why at some point, even though I do like this headset, I might buy a mic eventually, just worst case, I've at least got a backup. Although saying that, I wouldn't even know. Well, I'd probably just unplug it and plug another mic in, to be fair, actually. OBS seems a bit more chilled. Like, it probably would work, even though I don't really know what I'm doing. That's another thing with this vehicle. It's also obviously got this big, like, knuckle in the middle of it for its articulation. But it gets caught on sand a lot. So that's another reason it probably wasn't the best vehicle choice. And again, it's a little bit of a messy road, but the only thing I can do. The tree wasn't happy about it. Come on. I was going to say, I think the sand stops somewhere around here, but I think it is just a tiny little bit ahead if I wasn't beached. Come on, game. I wonder how many hours I've spent trying to unbeach the middle of this vehicle. Way too long is the rough answer. Gonna lay some sand there because it keeps tipping over to that fucking side every time. Somewhere around there. There we go. You are as quiet as Kelly. Still don't know where she's gone. I need to bring her back. I miss Kelly. Glad I started hard mode so I can still have her. I have to say, when I did that save, trying out the gearboxes, it was definitely yeah. I think it's better overall with her in it, just popping up and explaining like what it is you're actually doing. Does add a bit more context to the game in general. So yeah, they seems like they cheaped out, but they should have kept Kelly going. Yeah, Mike is back. There it is. Yeah, cheers, man. Like I said, I don't know. Your mic cut out at that's what you get. What did I say? God knows. That's what you get. I'm trying to think. I was saying about the Obama Presidential Library. Yeah, I wonder if that's probably why it mysteriously cut. It's all making sense now. I might put a bit more here. That's the problem. Like, once it gets that knuckle thing in the middle court, and then it dumps more sand behind, it all like makes each bump in the road kind of even worse at that point. That's another situation I think with this game, a bit like with the paver. They should just make that knuckle thing in the middle of this a non-hitbox. Just based on, like, I understand why they make the sand I'm pouring solid, but obviously in real life, like, the middle of this would just push the sand out of the way. And yeah, I understand why it doesn't in this game, but to make up for that, they could just make that thing not catch every 2 seconds, like so. May as well at this point, to be honest, move this out of the way a minute and bring the dozer down. Do I? No, I may as well just keep going, because I can send the dozer as an AI then, I suppose. Rebel, we all need to write to Sabre and tell them to bring her back. Yeah, I agree. Just start a petition. Boa, rantings on the Great Beige Hope Boondoggle. Yeah, was it a bit like with the Presidential Library? Yeah, well, sorry then if I am repeating myself, I don't know where it cut off, but I was saying, like, how it cost 800 million. But it's only a building the size of, like, a large house and about 5 stories tall, and yeah, I think there's money laundering going on with it, because, and then again, I don't know if you heard it, but I was saying, like, the way that he procured the land and was saying, like, he'll do an endowment for 240 odd million to fund the Obama's presidential library, and that kind of helped get it through, because then they were saying, oh, it won't cost taxpayers anything. But then Obama only put $1 million into the endowment, which didn't cover it, and then the rest of the bill basically went to the taxpayers anyway. So that was like some sneaky, sort of rich, kind of businessman sneaky shit to kind of basically put the price onto the taxpayers, but without admitting it at the time. Which is pretty filthy. And then on top of that, I think, like, the budget's ballooned, and it's now at, yeah, like 800 million. And it's not even fully finished, and yeah, it's not that big or anything. It looks like shit. Like, they've done a pretty terrible job over all of that. Well, it just seems like a bit of a scam. Which now they're saying they've run out of budget. Which is around the time-ish US aid got cut. It's weird how many things are suddenly going out of business in the last 6 months that... Since like US aid vanished, a lot of companies are suddenly closing shop that kind of seemed like front companies to begin with. Well, I wanted to make it just to the end, but this pain in the arse of a vehicle gets caught on its own sand every 2 seconds is making life a bit difficult. worst case, I will send the bulldozer, but obviously it's going to get like 95% of the road done, and then I'll have to resend it for the last bit. So I'd sort of like to get it done in one swoop if I can. Censorship, again, it wouldn't surprise me with the stuff I was just talking about. Not that it's anything controversial, I mean, it's literally pure documented fact, but yeah, that's the kind of thing you magically get censored on and they go, oh, it was just an accident. So, like, trying to reverse this vehicle keeps flicking itself off to the side. But again, I like it because it holds 40 tons of sand, which is better than the other stuff. Particularly, like, as annoying as this is, I have to keep driving back over here to reach the edge of the sand quarry, and obviously I'd have to be doing that twice as often if I was in the bowhead. But that said, the bowhead wouldn't necessarily get beached as many times as this does. So it swings and roundabouts really, and in theory, if the scalper wasn't a bag of shit, I would drive it to just over there and deploy it, and then I'd have sand, but we both know I'll drive it over there and then it won't deploy, and then I could waste half an hour driving around and never find a place that it'll deploy. God's sake, I could keep reversing, but yeah, it's just going to tip half me bloody sand anyway. I mean, maybe it was just that bowhead I was using earlier that seemed to tip the sand quite smoothly. I think the lump after lump is back, which again, it's kind of a, I don't know, it's like a vicious cycle, because once it gets stuck, it ends up pouring a bigger pile of sand behind it. And then you get stuck on that pile, so then it pours a bigger pile. And yeah, the end result is that, where there's just shitloads of piles that you're perpetually getting caught on. I'll try and send the paver, it might get the whole thing done. There is hope. Is it even moving? No. Took his time. Half white, half brown equals beige. Squared client, yeah. You got a point there, FBI. Probably tuned in looking for Kelly. Yeah, exactly. Now again, I've been popping off on intelligence agencies all over the world. CIA will be triangulating in on me right now as we speak. Right, let's do it the lazy way and recall some vehicles. Just those two, I think, innit? Yeah, done the sand and the bulldozer thing. Shit. Oh no, I might as well wait. I'll get an eager beaver to go flying off that truck then. Right, how's the thingy doing? Bulldozer. Should be alright over here. It's a little bit on the rough side, but it's there. I'm hoping it does push enough sand to officially get... I mean, it should do, because that line's gone yellow, and that line doesn't necessarily quite meet up with this box, so we should be alright. Send this thing next. God help us all, the paver. Here goes Mike again. Is it still... hang on a sec. I can still hear myself on there, but I'm not sure. I'll leave it, but I don't know. I don't know if it's, yeah, gonna keep doing it or what. If it is, it might be like a slightly loose wire that's just sort of on the edge of clicking on and off. Or yeah, the fact that I seem to have been censored both times I've mentioned Obama's shitty library that went wrong and is clearly money laundering. But it reminds me of the story, a man promises his lottery winnings will go to charity if he wins. Girlfriend changes her name to charity. Does anyone know of a fix for the glitched infrastructure route from Nicole Avenue Tunnel to the oil refinery? Is that on this map? Zach, is that this? Oh yeah, Nicole Avenue. I don't, to be honest. I got lucky, but only by the skin of my teeth. One of the AI routes that comes out of there were crashing into that middle barrier, but they actually scraped past it. And then I'm sure there was something else that spawned out of there later on in the map, but it worked as well. But I did hear some people getting stuck. I don't know, like, if it's an AI route, maybe you could, like, cancel the route and relay it, but I appreciate that's obviously a pain in the arse. Like, I've heard other people have had issues with it, so there might be some kind of, like, Roadcraft forum where people have sort of mentioned how they've worked around it. But yeah, like I say, I kind of got lucky. I mean, maybe on this playthrough it might do the same thing to me, to be honest. I mean, yeah, like I said the first time, they all scraped those middle kind of... whatever they are, little sort of gateway barrier things that lift up. And they all hit that sort of middle bit. Which again is, yeah, poor quality control from this game's perspective. Rebel, I use Voron and let the sand move the truck. It seems smoother. Need hard mode, so sand is everywhere. Problem was over here, the biker wouldn't be able to go forwards because of this deep annoying mud, so I had to go backwards. But then, yeah, if you're on a smoother bit, it's not too bad. Like if I was going backwards along here, but yeah, there, as you can see, it just, once it gets stuck once, it then pours a bigger pile behind it, and then you get beached on that pile, and it pours another pile, and you just end up with, like, loads of ridges going along. At least the dozer thing did actually apparently get to the end. The yeah, roller thing should actually be alright. We'll trust it this time. Boa, he was joking. What's the matter? I wouldn't, probably wouldn't be his girlfriend for long if he handed it over. I always want to know if there's some way to, like, figure the lottery out. There shouldn't be, but there was some guy who won the lottery in America who said he knows how to win the lottery, and then won the lottery, and then came over to the UK and won the lottery. So, at the same time, he seemed to have figured something out. I'd love to know what. Rebel, Mike is fine. You were talking shit again. Yeah, they don't like it. Right, that's done. So now, I can drag down with a loaf to about there. Cut through the forest. I will do it to there, but let's just do 2 lines. Connect back to this road and drag it down there. Which I assume is the way you're supposed to do this mission, because I don't think this semi-truck has a hope in hell. What button did I just press? Towing it on. Yeah, of making it on its own. Boa, if anyone would know about pain in the back end, I'm sure Ms. Big Mike Abomination. I must admit, she does look like she has a pretty massive cock. Remember that swinging around on Ellen DeGeneres' show? It was pretty suspicious. I think some people reckon that's why Joan Rivers got killed. Because she was one of the first, really, that sort of mentioned the possibility that Michelle Obama is in fact a man. Let's Maybe a bit slow. I probably should have just gone on that bit of mud just for the sake of a few extra feet of not having to go through this shit stuff, but again, as long as we're moving, that'll do. Just, I don't want it to get caught on that tree. I don't mind this one because I can knock that down. This big one that the semi-truck's about to go past. Catch the trailer. Which it might, but it also might just, yeah, rub along it. Pull the tree over, Loaf. You can do it. Damn horse. Anymore, so Milo Yiannopoulos would want to marry them. I've not seen that guy for a while, and then he's like on some, I think he was, you know, like those, what do you call it, like TV things that sell things. He was selling some like religious things. Hit another tree. You can kill it, Loaf. This is why you get yourself a loaf. Makes life a lot easier than the, yeah, I just don't know where they think you would drive this semi-truck that would make it on its own, when the semi-truck wouldn't even remotely be able to drive up this road, use the term loosely, let alone cutting across here. Whereas the goddamn horse, he will make it happen. Which I think is a better way to do the mission anyway. We've got him, we may as well use him. I still need to add Loaf to the shop so I can buy more of them. Only having one. Pretty painful stuff. That's one thing I'll enjoy when I go back to SnowRunner. As many loaves as I want. Loaves for everyone. Like Oprah Winfrey giving out loaves. Like, Angie, you get a loaf. Angie, you get a loaf. Oh yeah, was this where this truck randomly started tipping when I was here last time? Yeah. Oh, what an asshole. Which again, if I could pick the winch points, I could just... Oh, that actually might do me from this angle. I don't know, that I could do with being a bit more, like, not right in front of the vehicle. Yeah, I don't know why. It doesn't even seem like... The ground looks pretty damn flat. And I managed to just drag it the entire way here without tipping it. And for some reason, it did this exact same thing. It just wants to tip once you're here on this road. Drop in the hammer. Maybe that's what it needed. Come back to hammer time. I mean, to be fair, this bit of road looks potentially tippy, but the bit back there didn't. Might got away with it. But we're banned from X again. I'm not sure. I don't really like follow him or anything. I just remember he used to be on things like years ago, and then he kind of vanished for a couple of years. And he sort of popped back up doing one of them TV things. Yeah, I've not even got X or Twitter, whatever it is these days. Probably should one day. Funnily enough though, I remember I didn't get Discord for a while, and then haven't they kind of leaked everyone's info or something? I don't know, it might be to do with this digital ID shit that they're trying to introduce in the UK, which I don't think will go too well, because everyone I've ever heard talk about it are saying that they're not going to have it. Even like some older people that are normally pretty kind of like they'll do whatever the government says. Even they've all said, "Fuck that, I'm in digital ID." But yeah, I'm sure Discord, like as part of the online safety thing or something, like leaked everyone's info who's registered on Discord or something. And again, it's one of them where I kind of still, my general feeling on that is the same with digital ID in the UK. I'm refusing it, but I don't doubt already that they've already got everyone's info. I heard someone saying there's AI that's got like every person on the planet mapped out as like a node in this AI thing, and then obviously it's recording everyone's info and just kind of adding it to the node that represents you. So every person is kind of being tracked already, and obviously they're only saying that now. I'm sure they've had that for a very long time before they let us know. It's like when they let us know about stuff, we only find out kind of like by the time they're probably retiring the thing. It's like the SR-71 Blackbird or the B1 or whatever, the F-117 Nighthawk thing. They told us about it, but yeah, it's probably, I wonder how much shit they'd done with it by then. And the same with everything else. I'm pretty sure they've had AI for a lot longer than only in the last year or two, and it's suddenly everyone, like, I'm allowed to access it. So this is a long old trek. So they're going to go down here. Oh, where? Oh, yeah, okay, I've got to... I was going to just say, I was like, fucking hell, man. An AI vehicle's going to have a good time getting over there. Right, so I can drive that one. So, no, sorry, I thought it, for a second, it'll be the delivery route. No, I was going to set the AI off to see if they get stuck in that tunnel. Well, I may as well take this vehicle, because that said it unlocks that thing. Well, gotta have to lay electricity as well, but it's a start. Yeah, it's that tunnel they come out of, and yeah, they get caught on that thing, but again, I just got lucky and they scraped by it. But it's pretty bad mission design in general. I think there's just a general hitbox in there anyway. I don't even think I was hitting those little gate flappy things. Dustin D2 Smith Falls Bears fan. Mr. Lone Wolf, did you try the Busbound demo? No, I don't believe I have. Not sure I've even heard of that one. Seems like I'm getting a bit of frame rate going iffy there. Yeah, you know, I'm just going to quit the main menu and load it back up. So obviously it's not fully gone from since patch 4.3. Well, we'll find out. I hope that this fixed it every other time for a while anyway. Yeah, I'll have to check that one out. I've not heard of that one. I did see the one you were on about the other week, Rebel. Was it Road Kings, maybe? I think that's on the PS5 in that. That's apparently coming to Steam. But is not yet, so that's more of like, for now, console game. What was the other one I checked as well, because I mentioned it last... Oh yeah, that game where it's like, say you're fighting in medieval times, but then you could take like a military Humvee back with a 50 cal on the roof or whatever. I think it's called Kingmakers. And I think that it's not out yet, but I think it's supposed to be... It was saying this year, and obviously we're already in October, so that might be coming out fairly soon. And I think the general premise of the game was like you can go back in time to alter like historic battles, which again, if you sort of like, yeah, it was called Kingmakers, so if you type in like Kingmakers demo or whatever on YouTube, you'll sort of see, and it looks, I reckon it'd be a pretty fun game. Like, yeah, just as a general, like, if it's, the game is just an excuse to send some kind of modern vehicle or something. I don't think it's just vehicles. I just think like the premise of the game is you can go back in time to change the outcome of like various historic battles. So I think on one of like someone goes back on like a dirt bike, but again, if you imagine when everyone's running around on horses, if you had a dirt bike back then, even that'd be pretty strong. But then yeah, there's one where it goes back with like a pickup truck, and I'm sure one of them's got a gun on them, and obviously they're just driving in, like running over all the soldiers that are running around in like a suit of armor, sort of look like a knight. And yeah, I think that would just be a pretty fun game for like, just for the sake of it, like even if there's not any real progression to the game, if they just keep adding like what is essentially a historic battle, and then you can just go back with a vehicle and annihilate everyone, it seems like it'd be a pretty sort of funny game. So I'll be keeping an eye out for that one. And then yeah, like I say, this week, for the last 2 days, well, I spent a couple of days deleting loads of stuff off my PC, because I only had like 200 gigs left or whatever, which is not bad, but I had a 2 terabyte stick, so I'd obviously use most of it. Yeah, got quite a lot of stuff kind of deleted and all tidied up, because every time, like, if I add a little clip into a video, I end up saving that clip, but it saves the last 15 minutes, so every time, even if it's like a little 3-second video of something off YouTube or whatever that I put into one of my videos, I end up having loads of like 15-minute sections saved up for all that as well. So I had that, I had loads of Roadcraft stuff to delete, a load of Wreckfest 2 stuff, so I got that sort of tidied up. At some point I have got another 2 terabyte stick. I'm going to try and add it. That's what I originally set out to do the other day, and then I just got sidetracked, kind of spent hours deleting a load of stuff, and I never got around to... I was going to try and put the stick in whilst my computer was still on, but then I was like, I'd probably best not to. And then the GPU is a bit of a fat beast, and it's kind of... I can see the second slot for the SD card, or whatever it is, M.2, whatever the hell they're called. I've got to take like a little heatsink cover off, but yeah, it's a bit awkward to get in there, so I might just unplug the computer, lay it down on its side. I preferably don't want to unplug the GPU. I should, like, there's still enough room just about to get my hand in there, but doing it like horizontally, once I undo like the screws for the heatsink and all that, if they fall out, yeah, I think it'll be easy just to unplug it all and lay it down. But then in the end I just went, deleted a load of stuff, freed up quite a lot of room. I think since I downloaded like that Red Dead Redemption 2 and that the other week, I think that was like a 70 gigabyte game, and then there was that Kingdom Come Deliverance was like 60 something. So I think I've got like 500 gigabytes of just games that I've sort of downloaded, I suppose, at this point. That's one thing where discs were handy back in the day, because at least the actual game sort of like, that in its own right, you know, like a CD sort of holds... It's essentially memory, like it's got the game on it, so you don't have to use up your own memory actually having the game installed. But then in my PC's case, I haven't got a disc tray thing anyway, so it wouldn't really matter at this point, even if I did have a game on a CD instead. There's that. I was watching some of your old SnowRunner vids yesterday, and the way you mount and use loafs are genius. Have you ever tried doing the same with other small scouts? Not really, no. I probably should have a bit more, but I just do a Love Me Loaf on SnowRunner, and it just did everything I ever wanted it to do, and then some. So I just never even needed to try other vehicles. I have briefly, like, but I don't know. There's just something about the loaf. Sort of ticks every box. It's like just about light enough to drag around with you, just about heavy enough to dig in enough to flip any vehicle over, just about small enough to fit on the roof of other trucks. Like just loafy enough that, yeah, I only ever use the loaf really. I did find some pretty random ways to scoot him up onto other vehicles and all sorts. It's good times. Again, when I go back to SnowRunner, That's probably what I'm gonna spend a lot of my time doing. They've added new vehicles, and I am of course gonna have to see where and how the loaf fits onto them. It's mission priority number 1. It's even more important than the missions they've added. Yeah, I was gonna try and knock that tree over, but kind of missed it a bit. I wish they put the gate entrance like just over here a bit, or at least had a gap, so like, I suppose at that point it'd be the same thing, but yeah, putting it over here is a bit annoying, but you got no other choice because you can't ever break these other walls down, so. And then when you get through here, there's that thing in the way. It's like, it makes so much more sense to have the entrance like there. Right. What's the other part though? Is electricity. So basically I'm going to connect it from there. Oh yeah, so I did it like that way last time. But I can't... How did I get the electric? Oh yeah, I drove it kind of all the way around here along the bottom. Where's the goddamn horse? There he is. It's going to be easier. It's probably going to take longer to find the... There's one. Is it the rusty one? It might be. Have I got... In fact, I might already have it out somewhere. But they're never in the same section. I don't get how they divide these different sections up. Because the one that the cable layer was just in the in-garage section, the other one is now not appearing on the deployed section. And it's in this now. I think that's the non-rusty one. Right, so last time I kinda... Yeah, I may as well just basically drive the opposite way. Yeah, last time I did it like off-screen, so to speak. When I started the video it was already there, but I drove the cable layer. I think I got it down to here, but then I think I drove round like through these trees. Oh, and probably... In fact, yeah, and popped out the back end of there, and then went up there, and then started the video where I kind of went that way. Which is kind of handy, because then when you get there, it also needs a cable laying over there. But I have got enough fuel, I could just recover it again with the loaf in the future, so I may as well just... Oh, wait, I may as well just lay it this way, really, while I'm heading down. Something like that. At least that'll be the base unlocked. No food, no ID, no food. Digital currency linked to social credit score. Sure, I'll get my milk and eggs off the black market if I have to. People sell weed and heroin and all sorts. If food becomes illegal, there'll be someone selling it on a street corner. But yeah, I mean, that's what they'd like to do. Good luck to them. But yeah, I'll be skipping that. Yeah, Road Kings comes out next year, as well as ATS and Euro Truck Simulator. Yeah, and American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2. I actually seen a bit of a Euro Truck Simulator the other day, because every now and then has anyone heard of the Spiffin Brit, where he like takes games and breaks them, or he calls them like perfectly balanced game? I think he was on Euro Truck Simulator and found some way to kind of cheese it so it could, I don't know, give him a shitload of money. Bike New London, good evening or morning all. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. careful. Or you can change time. Self will rise again. It might have all that sort of stuff if you're on about that Kingmakers game. Like, again, it sounds like, in terms of, it just sounds like a fun game. Like, it doesn't have to be, not say well, it needs to be well put together, but I mean, I don't even care if it all knits together in some sort of nice career mode, so to speak, even if it's just completely like, if it's, the premise is like you travel back in time to alter a battle, but if, yeah, they just use that as a really loose excuse to just be like, oh, now you go back to this battle, and like, yeah, I don't even care, even if it's just like, there's not really much overall context to it other than you can just go back and fight various historic battles. But yeah, take like modern military stuff with you and all sorts. Just sounds like it's a pretty fun concept of a game. I think a lot of games have been missing that in the last 5-10 years, really. Sort of forget sometimes that they're a game. A little bit, even like this game does to a degree, where things with like the paver not being very good and whatnot, it's like, it's not really difficulty or anything, it's just annoying. And again, yeah, they sort of need to remember, like, it's a game, you're supposed to have fun on it. And then in that sense, like, the storyline kind of doesn't matter as much. Or even, say, Call of Duties and all that, the career modes in them. Strictly speaking, whatever fake kind of terrorist excuse they use to make a Call of Duty game, it doesn't really matter as well. It's like, just, yeah, give me an excuse to run around with a gun shooting the bad guys, and that's all it needs. Doesn't need to kind of all make sense. And it worked pretty well. I need to add more missions back, like where you were flying around in that C-130 or whatever it was, like shooting people from a gunship thing was pretty fun. Then I've said it before, but yeah, the trailer for the new Black Ops, it's gone all like some weird mushroom trip. And it, yeah, I don't know. Again, it used to be a kind of semi-realistic war game, but now there's people dressed like bunny rabbits and doing boosted jumps and all sorts of weird stuff, so they've kind of strayed somewhat from their original intention. Night Squared. Bike New London. Just wanted to stop in and say hello on the live stream. On vacation with my wife. Just drove 10 hours in real life, so no actual Roadcraft tonight. Fair enough, man. Cheers for popping in, and yeah, enjoy your vacation with you and your wife. 10 hours is a fucking good old drive. I used to complain about driving. What would it be, about 3.5 hours used to drive to get to the boat when me and my brother used to go over to the Isle of Man. And then yeah, it was about 4.5 hours on the boat, but then obviously when you get there, you tend to get there like an hour early just to be safe and all the rest of it, so all in all, it was probably about an 8-hour trip. But at some points, we didn't used to at first, but then we started getting a cabin on the boat, which it was about 40 quid for a cabin, and you're only in it for like 4 hours. But we ended up getting the boat at like, you'd get there at sort of 2 in the morning, so one, it was, otherwise you'd stay up all night and then get to Isle of Man in the morning. And then as well, because the Isle of Man, it's like, it's funny, it's such a small island. It may have changed now, but I doubt it. But there's no 24-hour shop on the entire island, except McDonald's is the only thing that's 24-hour on Isle of Man. Or again, sort of with a little asterisk, like, unless it's changed in the very recent future, like the last couple of years or whatever. But you'd get off the boat on the Isle of Man, and it'd get there at like 6 in the morning, but then there was no shops other than you could go to McDonald's and get a coffee. Hotels wouldn't even have people on the reception desks till like 7:30 in the morning. So then by the time you get there, yeah, go to McDonald's, get a coffee, kind of sit around for an hour or two, and then you could go to the hotel and book a room. And I mean, we still did that anyway, because that's what you had to do. But getting a cabin on the boat just so could chill or potentially try and get a bit of sleep for those 4 hours made it a lot better. But yeah, that was like not even 10 hours, and like I say, half that was sitting in a cabin anyway, watching TV. That was still a pain in the ass. It's good though, I've not been over there for a while, I wouldn't mind going back. I do quite like it in the Isle of Man. Although it's good, yeah, it'd be nice to go back and see a few mates and whatnot, but there is also, once you've done the things there, you've done them. There's only really like one go-kart track, and I don't know, there's kind of one of everything, or probably not everything actually, but yeah, you can very quickly experience the entire Isle of Man, and then that's it. It's just a pretty small island. So in theory, I could always just drag it around there. I don't mind building this, but because the sand quarry only goes back to there, I'm going to have to keep sending the vehicle back and forth, which I don't want to do too much of on the stream, because obviously it's a little bit repetitive. But at the same time, it is Roadcraft, so crafting roads is kind of part of it. And it's going to need doing to unlock the construction zone. Bike, you should always be in the mood. Squared Client Rebel, I'm not going to bed, was saying evening to bike now. Rebel, watch your YouTube, I'll drop a sub. At Boa, yeah. It's Rebel by choice, isn't it? Your YouTube channel. Oh, so I was driving like a right wiggly worm then. 1942, a world at war, and the lizards have landed. What's that to do with? Is that a game? Sounds pretty good. Gotta watch out for them lizards. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way anyway. I've already got sand. I don't need to back up yet. DC Comics. Per Degaton went back from 1947 and gave tanks to Alexander the Great. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, again, like, it just sounds like a pretty cool concept to mess around with. And it would actually, for some reason, I've had kind of an itch to play some kind of medievalish game, hence why I bought that Manor Lords and so on, which I still haven't played any of them. Yeah. In a game, being able to go back and kind of dick around with modern vehicles, but face some kind of medieval army, actually does sound like a lot of fun. And yeah, like I say, games need to focus on that more, because I remember back in the day, even when there was good career and things like Call of Duty, but you know, like the limitations of games back in the day, so you might get to drive a tank a little bit, but because of the limitations, it's like, oh, you can just drive it down here and you can only shoot one thing or whatever, and it's all a bit limited. Whereas these days, game-wise, they should easily be able to handle that. So they need to... There's a lot more fun concepts they could introduce to games that back in the day it was just kind of probably too memory intensive or whatever. And yeah, just randomly though, like I say, going back and fighting medieval armies with modern shit just sounds like it'd be funny. Even if it's like ridiculously overpowered, so you're clearly like a god versus everyone else. It doesn't bother me. I wouldn't even need that to be a difficult game. I'm sure it wouldn't be... I'm sure they'll add difficulty, and obviously if you're going back in one vehicle versus like 10,000 medieval knights running around, it can be made to be difficult. But yeah, just being able to play that concept of a game just sounds fun. Even if, again, you're basically god mode as soon as you get on it, and you're absolutely clearly going to win every time. It just still sounds like a funny concept. And then obviously if you mix it up with, like, if there's any given historic battle, you could do like the Battle of Constantinople, where to like where his name's like Mahmed or Mahmoud, something like that. some Islamic, like, leader, warrior guy led an army against Constantinople. And they had this massive cannon, I can't remember what it was called now, but it was like the biggest one of its time, really. And that eventually shot up the walls, along with other stuff. But if you could go back, first you could have, like... Yeah, if you went back with a Humvee with a 50 cal on the roof, maybe you're defending Constantinople, but then you could also alternatively be, like, the Islam side, but send back, like, an Abrams tank. So you're trying to break the walls of Constantinople to get in there and all that. And yeah, it just sounds like it'd be a funny, interesting game. So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for that. And yeah, like I said, the videos that are on YouTube were, like, sort of made earlier this year, or I think some were also last year, saying it's coming out basically at the end, like, towards the end of 2025. So again, we're in not far off November now, so unless it's been sort of delayed and pushed back and whatnot, then it's sounding like it could be here in the next month or two. I mean, it sort of reminds me a little bit Age of Empires 1, like the original, back in the day. I can't remember what you had to type in now. What the hell was it? And you'd spawn, like, a Corvette-looking thing with a bazooka on the roof. Can't believe I can't remember what you type in, because there was, like, you type no fog or whatever to get rid of all that, so you can see the entire map. I think it was, like, pepperoni pizza was for free food. And there was, like, stone or rock or something was for stone. Yeah, but yeah, you used to be able to spawn, like, a Corvette or something, blue with a white stripe through it, with a bazooka, and then drive it around on Age of Empires, and kind of, like, a similar concept in a way. You could just cheat, spawn that, and obviously, even if they've got, like, some kind of war elephants on the other team, you just shoot them with a car that was quicker than every other unit on the game, so they couldn't ever catch you. And yeah, it had a literal, like some recoilless rifle bazooka thing on the roof, so it was killing everything you shot at. But I remember that being, like, a hell of a lot of fun back in the day, and that was just Age of Empires, like. But I suppose it turned out to be, like, a similar concept, really, of sending something modern back and absolutely eat the enemy for breakfast. Rebel, you do it now, you would be 125. Is that, yeah, your subscribers still going up, though? That's good. That's what she said. Boa blackmails World War II Earth into naming him its ruler. Sounds pretty good, though, as a game. Again, like, eventually, they're back, it's got to happen someday that they make a game that's basically a map of the world. And then, yeah, maybe you get, like, you just get to roam around in whatever you want. Like, you could have, like, navy warships. You could have, like, land, you know, sort of the army, the navy, submarines, and you just go around, like, invading whatever country you feel like, shooting the shit out of it with. And I know there's games that roughly kind of tickle that concept. I think there's, like, a Total War series, but that was more Rome and all that, but you invade different countries and whatnot. I know there's them, like, the Civilization games. What's the other one, like? Hearts of Iron or something. That seems to be like a map game where you go invading. But eventually they'll have what is essentially like a massive sandbox of the world, pretty much. Maybe they'll shrink it down a bit, comparatively speaking. Probably would be a bit overkill to have an actual one-to-one scale of the entire world. But that said, I bet someday they'll do it, especially now AI's out and about. You wouldn't have to manually program it. They could theoretically tell an AI to make a game world that's like a one-to-one scale of the world. And I imagine that AI will be able to do it a lot quicker than a human would. Which I'm not really a fan of AI, but it seems like it's here regardless. But yeah, I mean, there should be some good to come out of it, even though there'll be... I seen the other day, some guys made like an AI fighter jet drone thing that launches vertically and all the rest of it. Yeah. The funny thing was, in the comment section, he obviously posted it because he was saying like, oh, a friend of mine sort of in the military, whatever, has made this drone. And everybody in the comments was like, great, this is how Skynet. And you could, some of them are obviously being sarcastic and joking, but it was funny. You could tell the general, I don't know, mood of the comment section was like, it's sort of not liking it. This guy was announcing it like it was a really cool thing, which it is in a bubble of it being like some vertical launched AI fighter jet drone thing. It's obviously cool as fuck, but yeah. Everyone knows in reality, like, great, that's what will be flying around and killing us 10 years from now. That's what people say in America about the Second Amendment and all that. Like, it wasn't supposed to include modern guns. It's like, it doesn't really matter. Even if you have some... Well, you can already get AR-15, but even if you had a fully automatic gun, it's like the stuff the military has. Yeah, it's going to be an AI drone that's just going to fly at your house, and it doesn't matter if you shoot at it, because it'll just kamikaze nosedive into your house and make the entire thing disappear. Again, if you watch the footage of the Ukraine-Russia war going on, there's basically the big fat drones that hover up pretty high and have thermals and can spot people a fucking mile off, even if they're camouflaged and all hidden in the forest, and then they just send in the little disposable, like, grenade strapped to a drone, and just fly it at the house and hit it, and then, yeah, that's them done and it's on to the next. Like, war is definitely changing quite a lot recently. I think that's what it's going to head to in the near future, is just who's got the most drones to fly at the other person. Which is weird, because eventually, at some point, it's going to become like, say, drones versus drones, or they got them like robot dogs, which I don't think they're as useful. It's a lot easier to make a flying drone than it is to make some robot dog drone that runs along, that also needs to be recharged and all the rest of it. And the drones are just too cheap and disposable and easily just flown into, like, if you need somewhere to get hit with firearms, you can't really get any more simple than strapping grenades and rocket propelled grenade things and whatnot, or C4 and that, to a drone that costs 20 quid to print off a 3D printer, and it can fly anywhere. They've got the fibre optic cable version, so you can't jam them, you have to physically cut the fibre optic cable. So yeah, I think that's going to be like a pretty big component of the future, really, is just drones flying around. But one day, if the government ever turns against, or I should say when the government turns against everyone, sadly, that's all you're going to hear is like, me, and then it's just going to hit your house. And it don't matter what amendment or gun you've got. Although my recommendation would be get better at shotgun shooting. Now's the time to go clay pigeon shooting, because I think those particular skills have just become a lot more valuable in the military in general. I remember reading the other week that they're getting like shotgun sharpshooters in the Ukraine war to shoot down the drones, which, again, I'm surprised it took them that long, to be honest. I remember when the drones first happened, I said it, and it ain't, because I'm a genius. Like, everyone said it was like, shotguns, that's what you need to shoot them down. Sorry, but I saw Conquered the World. Sorry, it jumped ahead. Zach, I'm a YouTuber as well, Rebel. I have a firearms channel, Zach's Guns. Oh dear, that's cool, man. I'll check it out. Do you like me firearms videos? I'll subscribe as well. Zach, I'll sub you this morning. Yep, thanks, just sub to yours. Yeah, again, I'll check it out. That's pretty cool, having a firearms channel. One day. I think I'll probably have to move to America for it, but always wanted a 1911, just a nice clean looking handgun. And not for any, like, yeah, I'd just like to own my own bit of land. Go out and shoot a fucking tree stump all day for all I care. Still think I'd have fun doing it. Problem is, I know if I have a gun and I don't like spiders, it's only a matter of time before some part of the house gets shot to get rid of a spider. But apart from that, I think it'd go pretty well. Probably need a bit more. We're getting close though, again. So I didn't really want to do this, but kind of got no other choice. It's a good chance for me to ramble away, but I don't know if it's much fun to watch. Zach will also do it on my TV, so you'll get 3, maybe 4 if Missy lets me do her TV. I did see your comments the other week, by the way, Rebel, where you're weren't they still messing you around with your TV, so you ended up just getting like a different one in the end? Which, yeah, it sounds like they were dicking you around, man. It's pretty bad for like how new the TV was. And again, touch wood, my TV's still going strong, and I think it's just about old enough to join the military now. Like, it is, yeah, HD TV, but probably one of the early ones by comparison. Or what they got these days, certainly not a smart TV or anything. But still doing the job. It's funny actually, I wouldn't mind getting an old, like, it's funny saying old, but a CRT TV, which, for what it's worth, is a TV to me. That was the TVs. These newfangled HD flat screen things, they're new. But yeah, I wouldn't mind an old CRT TV. Just for possibly old games, or just, yeah, in general, I quite liked them. Well, I said years ago when me and my brother were watching Mr. Bean, there's like, the only way to describe it is like a purple ball of electricity floated up out the back of the TV and sort of hovered above the TV for a few seconds and then went bang and disappeared. And yeah, one of, if not the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh shit, I still can't fill this up. Yeah. That's the other exciting thing about the old TVs. You don't get that with the new stuff. It's nothing like watching Mr. Bean and having the risk of being electrocuted. To spice things up a bit. Zach, I do it just to treat it as a therapy session, get things out of my mind, trying to ease my mind, what's left of it. Also, I already feel like I'm losing my mind. Squared client, oh, it retracted the message. I don't know why, it ain't me that puts any restrictions on, but you know what YouTube's like. Zach, on number 5 on the phone for you. Zach, you need a certain class of license to get like an AK for reference. I also dropped a sub, by the way. Same G Rebel, Square, okay, I'll look in the sub as well. Can't find yours. Zach, I appreciate it, guys. It's not under this user. It's Zach's Guns. Laws vary by state, but generally, if you have a permit, you can own rifles, pistols, shotguns, AKs included. Semi-auto only. Yeah, that's it. They screwed you out with fully automatic. But then it's one of them. I personally think, yeah, the Second Amendment is like, shall not be infringed. But in the scheme of things, there is some bad people out there that if they do own a fully automatic, I still would say everyone should be allowed one, and then you just shoot the bad guy that has one. But it's, at some point, it's like if everyone owned a tank, which I think is a great idea and I would still be for. But you know what I mean. Once the bad guy gets a tank, it can get pretty messy before you stop him. But I also think when you watch video, like, how quick some people can shoot semi-auto anyway. I think it'd still do some pretty serious damage if you wanted it to. But yeah, over here, I mean, technically, like, again, in the UK, you can own guns more than people think. But it's just, not just the culture of it, but like I said, we don't have any animals or anything that you'd need to shoot, really. That's why I find that interesting, whatever was running on my roof the other week. It was one of them rare times. It sounded like something that would be big enough to need shooting, rather than like, yeah, there's just nothing really, and then there's not much. There's land over here, obviously there's shitloads of fields, but they're all farming fields. You don't really have like big pieces of land that are just unclaimed by anyone and you'd go out shooting. Like, the chances are if you're shooting around here, we've got gun clubs and all the rest of it, and yeah, in theory, like, I could own a shotgun, a rifle, a handgun. Handgun thing's weird, like, it has to be over 60 centimetres in total, but you can put a brace on the gun. But it ends up being where, like, I'd have more trouble trying to own, like, say I said a M1911 handgun or whatever. That'd be more difficult, but you'd have to put, like, some kind of arm brace on it to make it a total of 60 centimetres or something. But it'd be easier, like, I could also own, like, a Dirty Harry Magnum 44 and put... I mean, if you factor in, like, that can have quite a long barrel on it to begin with, as long as it's over 60 centimetres, you could have that. So I think you have to get a licence, but there's no... Theoretically, there's not any reason why you wouldn't get a licence. You've just got to kind of apply for it. And then, yeah, I can even, like, in theory, I could own... The only one that's, like, a bit more restricted, in theory, is, like, I could own a 50 cal sniper rifle over here, but apparently you have to be a member of a gun club that has a range that you can shoot a 50 cal sniper at. And I'm guessing there's probably not many. And then also, like, I don't know, but it might be now, like, you've got to try and become a member of that place, and they might just say no. But yeah, I've got a shotgun club near me. I can hear, like, I hear shotguns going off basically every day. Thankfully, it's like, it's close enough I can hear them going off all the time, but it never, like, never loud enough to wake you up or anything like that. I quite like it. You just, yeah. I used to hear it as a kid because I lived in a village that was surrounded by farmers, and they'd always be shooting and doing something. But yeah, now I've got like a gun club near me, so I hear it all the time. Not like this. Is it stuck on a rock? Or is it just being awkward? Should have drove along the edge of the road, really. I sort of didn't help myself on this one. Now it's propped on a rock going backwards. It might just be this hill. I don't know. Oh well, we'll get some other vehicle to ram into it. In fact, I don't know if you can, but I'm just curious, so I'll try it. Is it this one? Is there not a way to, like, cancel the mission if I track it? Am I even on the right vehicle? Yeah. It's not even, like, it's just taking me back to there, even though I've obviously driven the vehicle here. I thought there was a way to, like, recover it. I'm not even that bothered. I was just going to say, in theory, if you could just click it to get back to the beginning, it'd probably be quicker just to spawn there and cut back through. But place marker, custom marker, no. Unless I'm missing something, I don't. I'm sure you used to be able to. I'm in the vehicle. That's on the mission. What if I switch to a different vehicle? Maybe it won't let me recover it if I'm in it. No, that's weird. I'm sure you used to be able to, like, respawn them back to the... Yeah, fuck it. I'll just bring something from out of here and ram into it. But I'm sure you used to be able to, like, reset it back to the beginning. Let's just take that. Should be able to ram it. As that, I found you under this name you're showing. Also found the Zach guns I had over 14.2k subs. Yeah, that's pretty good, that, isn't it? A sub to both. Yep, 14k is one, thanks. Yeah, cool, man. Like I say, I'll check it out as well. I've always been interested in firearms. I want to get my CCW when I hit 21. You're not even 21 yet? You lucky bastard. Yeah, again, like, it's one of them where... I don't mean this, like, if I was rich, but I mean... Over here, you'd have to buy a gun, and yeah, I can only really go to a gun club unless you... Like, if you owned your own farm, obviously you could just shoot shit. Like, if it's your own land, then no one's really going to hassle you. But yeah, it just... There's no... If I bought a gun, it'd literally just live in a cupboard until I took it to a gun club, so that, and at that point I could go to that gun club and rent a shotgun. So it's just one of them where there's not much need for a gun over here, whereas I can see in America a lot more reasons why you would, whether it's like, I mean, home defense would be good over here as well, but I mean, yeah, like animals and I don't know, just being like bigger swathes of land and all the rest of it, whereas it doesn't really pan out like that over here. I don't know why I'm reversing the entire way. I only just realised about now. But I'm going to continue, because it'll probably be quicker than turning around at this point. I mean, I should have sent something that could winch to it, really, I suppose, like a search and rescue mule or something, but we'll give this thing a chance. I only really don't like this because of how when you load it, it just sits too low to the ground. The actual vehicle itself isn't bad, to be fair. I was gonna, half the reason I picked it, it's got 8 wheels that all have power, so it should have the grip to push this thing out, which it appears it does. A little toot. Right, let's cut over to this side. Get on the side of the road. That's where the magic happens. I mean, the other time I did get the Azov through there. Again, to be fair, for a just rear-wheel drive vehicle, I think they've been pretty fair in balancing this. It's obviously not great because it's only rear-wheel drive, but it's not a complete knob like the semi-truck. Rebel, Zach, okay. What am I stuck on? I didn't even know you could get stuck. I wonder if they've adjusted something, because I'm sure I drove straight through there. I wonder if they've tweaked, like, how much you get stuck in the mud or something. God knows. It's a fun hobby, but expensive. Yeah, that's what I mean, where it's one of them. If for whatever reason I was like a fucking millionaire over here, I'd probably get one just because I could. And I wouldn't even have to think about, like, oh, if I buy a gun, can I afford rent? So, yeah. But, again, it's just, they're not really needed over here. But obviously, like, even where I live now, there's farms all over the place. All the farmers have got guns, and again, it's like, you can own them. There is some stupid little rules and laws, and you've got to get a license and whatnot. But in theory, that's just paperwork and a bit of time, so... it's, yeah, doable. And like when I was a kid, I didn't, but my brother, like my two brothers, their dad, he owned a farm and he had shotguns, and they went shotgun shooting, and yeah, like they owned shotguns. It was sort of pretty normal. Fucking Dave with a shotgun. A dangerous concept. Apparently he's actually pretty damn good at typical at clay shooting. But yeah, and that's my brother's dad. He was obviously into his shotguns. That's why I was saying, like, years ago. It's the only story that I've sort of said really that I can't 100% confirm, because to be honest, Dave had a bit of a habit of exaggerating certain things. But I do believe at least the first part where someone was stealing fish from his lake, and he set up a tripwire with flares. And then when they tripped it, he went over and he shot the guy. And apparently he had rubber bullets. Which sounds a bit far-fetched, but he did also have an entire porter cabin, which I can definitely confirm this, that he purely made his own shotgun shells. Like, he was really into it. So he probably... The only thing that makes me doubt that is that I know what he was like, and I don't think he'd shoot someone stealing his fish with rubber bullets. I think he'd just shoot them. But yeah, and then he like got the guy, tied him up, put him on the quad, took him back to the house and shit him up a bit with a shotgun, and then got rid of him. And then yeah, his fish weren't getting stolen anymore. But again, when I've heard, like, I definitely believe that, because one, I know what he was like, and two, I'm not even anywhere near as probably loose-tempered as he was, and I would do the exact same thing if I owned a farm and had a shotgun and my fish were getting stolen. But yeah, like I say, it's not... It seems very humanitarian of him to shoot someone with rubber bullets, because he wasn't really that sort of person when he had a short temper and he lost it. But yeah, apparently that's the way it went down. Okay, that's just that road. That's not too bad. Oh yeah, I could do with driving a loaf along here actually, just smash the trees out of the way. Where are you, loaf? He's over there. So I'm going to recover him, but before I do, let's get the cable layer thing back over here. How the hell's it gonna spot out there? No. Yeah, that's the one. Good night, Wolf and Rebel. Boa, yeah, good night, man. Cheers for popping in and hanging out on that. Good night, Boa. Rebel, I have my 357 Magnum. Got one in the army 40 years ago and have a Winchester Model 88 lever my uncle gave me, and my dad's gun and grandfather's shotgun, 12 gauge and 306. It sounds pretty good. Or is that like 30-06? Is that the way? Yeah, to be honest, if I could pick anything, that's roughly speaking probably what I'd get. A 357, just I've heard of them. They sound good. I know which gun you're like, it is. Sorry, just which way am I going out? Oh, in fact, I may as well just smash down here and go that way, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, because then when the loaf's over here, I can recall the stuff this end. So then they'll pave this end, so all the vehicles end up this end. And then I could also fix that road if I want, and then I'm going to have to do a bit of a road over there. Yeah, and like the Winchester and that all sounds pretty good. Squad Client, dope man. Rebel Night Bella, Squad Client, I want to get something like a 22 and some to have on me when I go out, when I get when I get my CCW. Yeah, I must admit, 22 still do the job. A lot of people seem to take the piss out of that it's a weak gun, but a lot of assassinations are done with 22s, because often if you shoot someone in the head, it doesn't go out the other side, so it bounces around their skull. So it's a bit of an underrated, underrated the 22, I reckon. Which again, I'm sure if it wouldn't be that hard to get a 22 over here. Like, I'm sure there's more hoops than your average American state, but again, in the scheme of things, like, and it depends what it is. Like when I was a kid, my mate owned my mate's dad, sorry, worked on a farm as the gamekeeper, and one of the things on that farm was bison. Like, fucking massive things compared to like what we got over here. And he had the field he had them in had like these massive oak beam fences to keep them in, because at some point one of them went mad and smashed through like the hedge really that was originally keeping them in, and it headbutted a car, and it was like an old Peugeot like 106 or something, and I saw the pictures of it. Apparently it flipped it like 1.5 times and it went into a field. And it obviously had like massive fat dent in it. It sounds like some what's it like? Jurassic Park, where the T-Rex headbutts the Jeep when it's chasing it. But yeah, so he, then like they made him. He had to, or not him, because he was the gamekeeper. For this guy, he's like rich as fuck. This guy who owns like half the bloody landscape around there. And whatever gun he had before, he shot at the bison, and it apparently was like basically pinging off its head, because it's obviously got a pretty thick skull. So then he got a, was it, if I remember correctly, it's called, isn't it called like the, I think it's the round, but it's called like a 336 Lepore or something like that. I think it's like one down from a 50 cal, roughly speaking. Again, I'm not an expert, but I've watched various like demo ranch videos and all that sort of shit. So I know roughly based on like when he steps it up shooting different stuff. Yeah, so he then had that gun because they were keeping bison, and yeah, I suppose his general reason was like, yeah, I need a stronger gun because shot this thing in the head and it bounced off. And yeah, and funnily enough, even back then, I remember my mum found it and gave me a bollocking. He brought a 22 bullet to school because I had said, oh, can you, like you said, his dad's got guns and that. I was like, cool, can you get me a bullet? And he did. And then I had it at home and I put it on like my, I don't know, it's like, not, it's like a big shelf stacking thing that had like my Nintendo and my TV on it on various levels and all that. And yeah, I had it there and my mum found it at some point and she threw it in the bin. I was like, what? It was the only bullet I owned. Oh yeah, I want to ram trees down. Yeah, I think it was 22 long rifle, like rimfire. Still, back as a kid, I was like, yes. So you're 22, but I've got a bullet. Rebel Square, found it on number 2. Your channel. Oops, shit. I don't post yet. Man, got to get some stuff set up before I start. Yeah, there's nothing on it. Still, got a channel, that's halfway there. Shit, sorry, I'm trying to read the comments. Keep deflecting off the trees. Yeah, there's a few things I want to get done before I start. I want to update my PC. Yeah, it might be worth it. I can't really, like, because what I got was like the only PC I've had. I haven't really got anything to compare it to, but the only thing I can say is the stuff I did get ended up like, it's certainly been pretty decent. Well, I say pretty I mean, to be fair, it's been basically flawless in that sense. The graphics card has never hassled me, the CPU, everything's all been fine. Even like the speed that it renders videos and that has always been good. Now, like when I got the internet upgraded, that makes it upload quicker, which was good. Yeah, and I mean the memory is memory. It's only because I keep saving loads of stuff. Obviously, every time, like every night I'm making a video, I might save somewhere between 10 and 30 videos, and that soon racks up the memory. But 2 terabytes. I mean, it's lasted me over 6 months, and then I have deleted stuff in the past. But it's generally just once I know I've made all the Roadcraft videos, I kind of can delete that footage at some point. And yeah, I don't regret getting like a 2 terabyte stick, and it was like the amount of money and that I had at the time, but I would happily get like, I think they do like an 8 terabyte stick. They might even do more now, but yeah, I can see why people get like that much. But again, once I put this second stick in there, I'll have 4 terabytes in total, and yeah, it's one of them really. I've just sort of got to stay on top of it and delete stuff once I've done it. I suppose, strictly speaking, if I had an 8 terabyte memory stick, I'd fill it up until it's at 7.9 and then be forced to delete a load of stuff. Whereas as a 2 terabyte, I'll just fill it until it's about 1.9 and then delete a load of stuff. So I suppose it's just one of them really. I'll wait until it's basically full and it's moaning at me. Reminds me of women. And then, yeah, I'll delete it all. I've only got to get... Oh no, I have got... Oh, good. I was just on an hour in whether to recover the vehicles, like, with fuel, or I was thinking, like, the garage is pretty close and I could drive them down, but I've got the construction zone unlocked now, so... yeah, I can buy fuel. Looks good. Goddamn horse. Rebel, yeah, 30 odd 6. Yeah, which is what they're saying, like, Charlie Kirk got shot with, which, I don't know, I've seen what a 30 odd 6 does. There is a quarry in Radius, apparently, yeah. I think that was the one that was free as well. Cost no fuel. Yeah, I think it should be fine just sending it. Well, I mean, this I'm going to do anyway, but if I remember rightly, this might have been one of the other roads that the AI actually made it on its own. Which seemed to get rarer in the later maps of this game, but I don't know, this map's actually fairly reasonable. Well, actually, we'll take that partly back, because this road was definitely not reasonable. But in its defence, it was obviously, this section is like purposely made to be a tosser just to get over that pipe. All this first bit wasn't too bad. But yeah, I don't think there was any way that AI was ever going to like successfully pour sand all across there on its own. Right, while that's ticking along, I might as well just track the mission. That one's 8 beams. Well, I'm going to have to build a road all across there, so I may as well wait until this is done, get the dumper truck to that side. Oh yeah, I could try again, where is it? I could try reversing that out, but I sort of can't be arsed just to keep sitting there, but the only other option is to... I don't know, I mean this is pretty stuck. I could recover that back to the garage, just drive it back and lean over the edge and pick the safe up. And take it back there. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the arse whichever way I go around it. Just because this mutt thing's not quite good enough to reverse out of there. How far's this got? Oh, he's only halfway. Alright, we'll have a quick go with this for a minute. Not that I really have much choice, but I don't even know if like turning around would really help. It's just generally, it's the same in SnowRunner, but getting grip on rocks It's a bit of a nightmare in this game. Gonna end up like further back into the map than getting out of it by the time I'm trying to straighten myself up. I'm sure I had the suitcase kind of up to those rocks. Yeah, it's just being a dick. It's a bit of a shame, but it's one of them really. It could work any second, or I could be here for 4 hours and not get out. You just never really know. Which is why I kind of try and avoid these sort of things on the live streams. Which I did, like, obviously before the live stream started tonight. I sort of came over here and got the safe at least out from under the mule and all the rest of it, but I didn't know it was just gonna get stuck here. It's not even like, I can't even winch to those rocks, so it's not even like I can move them or anything. They are just like immovable and kind of planted there, and there's not really a lot I can do about it. Unless you just get lucky or get the right angle. Now it's like, now it's just blocking the winch points. I don't even know, like, if I bring a crane, I don't even know if, I think it's blocking them because the safe's upside down, which, if that is the case, this is another example of, like, yeah, we're talking about games being fun. Like, cock blocking the winches because the angle's not quite right and all that is pretty ridiculous to have in a game like this. Right, we'll go back to that at some future point then. Worst case, I'll not do it tonight and I'll get it set up. Right, while that's going, where is the... Oh yeah, we've got some sand quarries around here. A bit more road building going that way, so I'm going to need it at some point. Or, well, don't need it, but it does help. Is that snappy? What do you mean? Sorry, it's cut off the comment off. Have a left-handed holster, so it's on my back, can reach around my right. I'm left-handed. I'll do alright with a left-handed holster. Wonder if there is some like gunslinging equivalent of Southpaw. Like, I don't think it'd help much, but it's funny actually. I watched a video the other week of, I don't know, it was one of the last duels that got kind of caught on camera, or duels, whatever. Yeah, I think it was 2 French people just took some paces back or whatever, pulled out a gun. One of them got shot and dropped. The other one was fine because I think the other guy missed. And that was it. Pretty ruthless back in the day. With the whole Charlie thing, to be honest, I think that dude was paid to that hit, and I think the wife had something to do with it. It is definitely suspicious, I know what you mean. Like, there's definitely something smells off with it for many, many different reasons. I mean, for one, yeah, 30-odd 6, I think would do more than put a little hole where his neck is. I don't know, yeah, there is just a lot of weird things. Like, his manager or whatever just started walking off as soon as it happened and didn't really run off, but just, I don't know, that's sort of weird. Obviously no autopsy. Apparently his collarbone was some miracle collarbone that stopped the bullet. Yeah, like the shooter Tyler Robinson was... He apparently disassembled the gun but then reassembled it, but he left the screwdriver he needed to reassemble it on the roof. And then, do you know what is weird as well? Like, it's one of them, it could just be a massive coincidence. There's no other real way to explain it. But go and look at the Charlie Kirk thing and the film called Snake Eyes. It's a film with Nicolas Cage that came out in 1998. And it's to do with an assassination at a boxing ring. And the fight in the film happens on September the 10th. The guy Nicolas Cage plays is called Charles Kirk. The guy that's assassinated is shot in the neck. The guy that's one of the boxers is called Tyler the Executioner. There's loads of weird shit, which is like, you know, what else can you say? Coincidence, but it's fucking weird. And I think there was like some other things as well, but yeah, just when you sort of like them things alone is like fucking hell. What's the chances of that? And yeah, whether the wife's involved, I know what you mean though. It's a bit suspicious. I don't know either way, but yeah, there is certainly some odd thing. I think he was betrayed by a couple of people that are pretty close to him. Good point, man, to be honest. I don't pay much attention to the news, but it kept popping up so much I had to look into it. Yeah, I mean, it's one of them with the news. Same thing, sort of don't pay attention, but I do watch it every now and then, because if nothing else, it's like I want to see what they're trying to bullshit me with now. So, always, yeah, take it with a grain of salt, but gotta see what they're going on about every now and then. Zach, I wish devs put more love into this game. Where are all the real brands of trucks like in SnowRunner, Kenworth, GMC, Freightliner? Yeah, I must admit, it's definitely fair to say, like, effort-wise, this is it is a lower effort game than SnowRunner in general. And I know SnowRunner kinda, I'm assuming is a lot more popular than this in the scheme of things, but even when SnowRunner first come out, it still already had, like, various brand name vehicles, or at least, yeah, just more vehicles in general, more effort. There is a lot of things in this game that could do with a bit of polishing. I still think it's a good game, and I think it's worth the money, definitely, in terms of like the amount of hours and that you could get out of it. But yeah, it's a shame at the same time, because they could definitely make this game like even better with like not only pretty simply, but yeah, like with the level of effort they put into SnowRunner, if they put that level of effort into this game, they'd be, I assume a lot of the mechanics would be more fleshed out, and yeah, obviously more vehicles, more variety, and all the rest of it. Square Client, yeah, news. Yeah, no, I do, I know what you mean, I agree. Rebel, love my SnowRunner and my Western Stars. I know you like them Western Stars. Zach, I'm a GMC guy. The Brigadier and the 9500 are fantastic. Yeah. I'm trying to think. The 95, yeah, was that the one that was originally in the game? Well, it's an underrated vehicle, because back at the start it didn't have all-wheel drive, but then they added it. But they didn't really, I don't know, like, restrict the vehicle in other areas that it probably got a bit of a bonus because it wasn't all-wheel drive. So it didn't really get nerfed once it got all-wheel drive, which is good, but I mean, yeah, so it ends up being like a very capable truck for what it is, considering it's like like a highway truck. But it's actually, especially for how cheap it is, it's a pretty decent vehicle. I just thought I'll still carry on laying a bit of this road, but I may as well send the next. How the hell did it jump back to that? Is it even going to get off there? Appears it will. Next question, will it start paving? I've got a feeling it won't. You never know. Oh, it is working. Had to prove me wrong. That's good. I think you have to jinx this game into proving you wrong. But then it works, so it's win-win. Power Stroke 306. I saw your first vid of Roadcraft featured in it was Land Rover Defender, the older one. But what do you... Oh, is it? Yeah, sorry. What do you think about the newest Defender iteration? Too many gizmos, too many to go wrong. Do you mean like the new in real life or in the game? I think if you talk in real life, yeah, I'd agree. Like, I'm sure there's certain nicer things about the newer Defenders, but yeah, I bet like a lot more gizmos. I remember, obviously back then, been plenty of like every farmer had an old Defender that's got like, you could even manually do the windscreen wipers because it had like a little lever on the inside that you probably weren't supposed to, but you could hold the lever and like do them yourself. But yeah, I've been in plenty of like the proper old Land Rovers that, yeah, there's not much to them, but they keep going. You still see them all over the place over here because they're still going. I mean, they've got the new Land Rover, I think, actually, in this game, haven't they? And it's got like the sort of newer, updated LED lights at the back and everything. Then again, I'm sure, I've no doubt, you know, it drives better, brakes are better, engine's better, blah, blah, blah. But I know what you mean. I do kind of like the concept of just an old vehicle that's not as much to go wrong. Even like, I've got an old E30 BMW, and that's still got some, I suppose, modern, but it was made in 1987, so by comparison, there's not a lot on there compared to like, yeah, there's probably more electronics in the average car seat that you get today than like that entire vehicle is made up of. So yeah, one day I'll hopefully get her back on the road. A bit more there. Let's see, where is... so you sort of have to... We've got to drive back. It's a shame they didn't make it a little bit wider, so it just got over to there. Is that paver done? Apparently has. Send this thing while we're here then. And I may as well start bringing this while I'm there. Not sure like how insanely useful this road is. I'm sure I did use it a little bit here and there. But it's more that the mud through the sawmill is like a pain in the arse just to drive through. And then as I had to take like the dumper truck over there anyway to, yeah, build across this section of water I'm about to do in a minute, I just ended up building a road along the way really, which again, there's a few times it does come in handy, and it's still in this map. Rebel, yeah, I like my GMCs, are the best vanilla trucks in the game. Yeah, I remember the old GMC, the first one they added. I remember messing around on that, doing the like gameplay and review video of that. And for a starter vehicle that's only like 4-wheel drive, like only got 4 wheels though, not like 6 or 8 wheeled, it's still pretty decent. Even yeah, like the relatively stock configuration. Wish there was a mod of the GMCs. I'm surprised there isn't, unless there's some restriction on doing it maybe. You'd think someone would have made like a slightly, pretty close, like a GMD, and just made it basically the same. Like a Chinese knockoff version or something. Well, I've seen some strong women break down to some like that happening, and she's been perfectly okay. She's been happy all like... Yeah, again, I mean, I know what you mean. There is certain things that... It's one of them where you never know with people like grieving and that, but I do get what you're saying. But yeah, it's just other things, like there's something very odd about the whole situation with that, really. And yeah, like with her, I don't know, but I'm certainly... There is some suspicious things. And I don't know if, like, it probably hasn't been on the mainstream news, but you know how, like, on Google you have sort of... You can go into, like, the settings and trending and see where people are searching for certain things. And this in itself should ring some alarm bells, but... There was, the day, like in the month or two before he got shot, someone with an IP address in Israel searched the hospital that they took him to, which for what it's worth was further away than another hospital that also had a trauma centre, so it was a bit weird that the hospital they took him to was odd. But someone with an IP address in Israel also searched for the surgeon that was there, like about 8 of the different doctors that worked there and everything, like the guy that was going to do the autopsy and all the rest of it. And even at some point, like I think it was the day before or something, with an IPS in Israel, searched the name Tyler Robinson and loads of stuff that it came, and then now they've since deleted it off Google, but the videos are all out there that already caught it before they deleted it. Yeah, just loads of like sinister, weird shit. I mean, it's gotta be one of them. It's basically, if someone said, and I do agree, it's basically like the JFK of this generation, where it's clearly some sketchy shit going on, but it's kind of gonna get swept under the rug a bit. How far over here do I have to drive? Further than I'd like. I was going to say, I just thought it was closer than that. It was late, a bit of a path going over here. See what I mean? Now it just goes wonky and ends up in a big pile. I'd be better off, to be honest, just driving down the little bit of road I've made. Just something I don't doubt, in my opinion. Yeah, it's one of the... Again, I basically agree. I'm just sort of saying it as in, like... Like, I actually don't know, if you know what I mean. I don't think it's the story that we've been told. And yeah, I'm sort of the same as you, basically. Very suspicious about certain different people. I'd say she's on the list as well. But I don't know. And I'm sort of hearing different things coming out. I just thought it's one of them, really, where kind of waiting to see what else comes out about it. And obviously things like the hospital and all the doctors and everything getting searched by someone in Israel a month before it all happened, that ends up being the hospital he went to, the doctor that examined him, etc, etc. Yeah, pretty suspicious shit. And he was talking about, like, 48 hours before he was shot, he said he's going to have to change his pro-Israel stance. And that some donors were pulling out and all that. Again, seems like some pretty shady things going on. Which sadly is about right for the world of politics. It's rare there isn't shady things going on. Unfortunately. That's why I really wouldn't want to be in that game in general. Because I think you're either try to buy you off, or yeah, when they can't buy you off. That's the kind of shit that happens. Rebel, got to go to Cola for the all-wheel drive 9500. Yeah, that's true actually, isn't it? I remember that when they sort of added it and you had to get the piece. So I suppose, yeah, if someone hasn't got the DLC as well, or at least the first bit, they won't be able to get it all-wheel drive. Which is probably worth at least getting that first thing, because you get the all-wheel drive for the twin steer as well on that Cola, I think. Rebel, 3.5 hours till next round of meds. Are they still, is that hydrocodone thing still lasting, or is it are you counting down the minutes kind of thing, or do you think it'll keep you going until then? You starting to hurt? No, just time to keep my pain away. Only really starts to hurt when I'm late taking them. So, I mean, again, this is another bit with the game, like, I've got to drive down the road. Thankfully, it's not that far. But again, if the scalpers worked, I would theoretically happily drive a scalper from the base over there over here, but then you just never know if it'll deploy once you're here, so... And, yeah, that's about the most annoying thing in a game, when something wastes your time and you know it's gonna. But you kind of got to try it anyway. But yeah, it's a shame what they've done with the scalper. Squared Client Wolf, we should probably stop speaking on it. The Fed's finna put a hit on us. I'm probably like, I say it every week. I always end up talking about something that probably gets me on some kind of list. Even though it's only talking about it. Got to fight for that freedom of speech. But yeah, I know what you mean. Undoubtedly, again, pinging off across intelligence agency computers all over the planet right now. Especially like Mossad. They'll be like, what the hell is he saying about Israeli IP addresses? Get that man a 30-odd 6. I've always said if I'm found dead, it wasn't me. If I ever commit suicide, I've said I'm going to find a way to chop myself into 4 pieces and stick myself in each corner of the room. If that happens, that was me. I did it to myself. Anything else, I get shot in the back of the head 8 times and it's called a suicide. It ain't. I'm very happy being alive. Have no suicidal thoughts. Which, yeah, I think for the most part, YouTube just around now are like, well, that guy's not getting promoted for the next few months. Let's bury his channel. I'm going to go in with the dozer because it seems like for the last few tippings, it's not really got much further. I seem to get to about there and it seems to keep eating the sand. Yeah, Mike will cut out again. Yeah, true. I'm surprised it hasn't. I'm surprised they ain't got a warning popped up. Like, yeah, we've detected something wrong with your GPU. This whole computer blows up. That'll be my luck. I mean, I've said this before on a different tangent, but when AI, like, if AI got into my computer, it surely could fiddle with the settings to make the GPU overheat and set alight and all the rest of it. So imagine all the assassination possibilities that opens up when devices can just set themselves off. It's going to be some crazy times over the next 50 years. Pretty much, yeah, well, it says Squared Client, one of your messages is retracted. We're already onto you. Yeah, they're probably listening now. I don't doubt it. Again, it's half the shit article we've been talking about guns. That alone's probably enough these days. Let alone talking about Charlie Kirk and all the various random stuff. But it is what it is again. That right to free speech. That sweet, sweet free speech. It gets me every time. Rebel must be getting deeper. That's what she said. Well, that's what Kelly said. It is going deeper, I reckon. Too deep. I think we're hitting the back at this point. Well, that might be the one though. It's definitely the one. If this can get over, the cable layer will get over because it's basically the same vehicle and chassis and whatnot. Squared Client. You know NASA was originally a water exploration team. Sucks we don't have anything like that anymore. We only have explored about 2 miles into it, I do believe. You know about like the ocean and that? Yeah, it's a shame really, because there is like, I think it's like, I think it's like only 5% or something ridiculously small of the seabed has been properly like really detailed scanned. And then I think there's only like 3/4 of the world's water has been sort of sailed through, or probably submarines gone through. And when I say 75%, they probably, you know, if like a ship or a submarine goes along a certain path, they probably count like a really wide area either side of that counts as like, oh, it's uncovered that bit. But yeah, essentially there's like a shitload of the ocean that we've not really ever been in or explored properly or anything. So there must be all kinds of crazy shit down there. Yeah, it'd be interesting to if they got on it. Well, looks quite sandy there. Not that I really care now, but I wonder if the stupid scalper would actually deploy along that. Problem is, you never know, because I've found patches of sand before that it doesn't work on. And then you find some random blade of grass that apparently has a grain of sand underneath it. And then it does work. But again, rarely, to be fair. Let's go from about there. End up having to chew my road up. Oh yeah, it didn't let me go over that rock last time. It might force me to sort of go that way. I mean, I could have done a bit of a better job laying the like this bit of sand and all the rest of it. But it is what it is. We'll try and wing it. So even if this is rock now underneath, once you've laid a road, or the sand, I think this thing just works because it's driving over the sand, which is good. That's actually a good feature, or the way it pans out in this game. Like the cock-blocking non-gamer thing to do would just be to still moan because there's a rock somewhere underneath the sand. But thankfully it actually works alright. Not with Ginger. What's that with? That Kelly? Well, yeah, only 5%. I wonder what type of fossils we haven't seen that shows evolution. Yeah, exactly, you never know. I mean, there's got to be something out there we've not found. Just the maths, there's got to be, there's like shitloads of other stuff. Still hoping there's a megalodon. You never know. It's doubtful, but there is plenty of sightings throughout history where various sailors going back hundreds of years said they saw a giant shark that's clearly a lot bigger than like a great white shark. They're sort of talking like blue whale size, but a shark. What's failed? Oh my god, there's a semi-truck in it. Bloody useless that thing is. Oh, so I've done 2 halves. Oh, 8 beams. That's a bit of a long bastard. Oh, we have unlocked some mission. Where's that to then? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I sort of do remember this one actually. Wouldn't mind unlocking the one that's the tunnel. I'll have to move that out of the way in a sec. Yeah, that tunnel at the top of the map. I'll have to move that. I think it's Vorons it sends, but I hope so, because that bit of water there is a bit iffy. Surprised it even made it that far in the mud. So in theory, if that gets that done, oh yeah, it's that bloody safe. I mean, I may as well send something. I'm going to keep scrolling back to it every few minutes. Oh, I've got a forest base here, actually. I can bring a crate. Oh, that's good. That makes life a lot easier, actually. It's not the newy crane, but it'll do. I've only got 3 of the other ones on this playthrough, and I've already got them all deployed somewhere. And I've only got 223 grand. It's not bad, it's actually gone up. It was... oh, it's gone up again. Speak of the devil. Yeah, it's more than I had. I was on 100 and something when I started tonight. Rebel, I'm awake now, might head up after stream and make some videos, might stay up all night. It's 1:37. It's a toughie, obviously I do the all-nighters every day / night, but that said, I also technically am asleep a part of the day. But the all-nighters are pretty good every now and then. 12:37 here. So is that like just pure different time zone, or again my clocks went back earlier, or has yours gone back an hour as well? Square Client. There's likely some like it not, but some that is known as the Meg. Oh, and some else is Antarctica. I wonder what things frozen there we haven't seen. Yeah, exactly. Like. Yeah, there's gotta be. I mean, it's one of them where you can't really. I don't know. Maybe it's roughly accurate at the time, but what official scientists say and that these days is not necessarily like what it is anyway. And I don't even mean in a conspiracy sense, but like for example, the Tasmanian tiger. They said that was extinct, but then in the last couple of years, people have like had footage of them basically, so. It appears they're not extinct. And it's one of them where it's like, if the official sources, like just say basically, if the government can't find a Tasmanian tiger, just using that as an example, they'll declare it as extinct, but it's like, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is, or yeah, like whatever. And it's the same where it's like they would officially say there is no megalodon, and I'm not saying there literally is, but there might be. Just because they say there isn't doesn't mean there isn't. It just means that they haven't officially found anything yet. But yeah, again, like the same with many various different creatures that they've said have gone extinct, that it turns out they haven't. And obviously, in some cases, the official sources and whatnot might do a good job, but at the same time, the sort of government in general is pretty renowned for, say they pay some archaeologists to go somewhere and look for some shit. They are also basically being just funded and might end up, you know, just treating it like one big holiday where they're drinking every night, not really doing much, but reporting back going, yep, we're still digging, we're really trying to find, like, it just ends up being a bit of a free holiday in that sense. So I'm sure there's many instances where the people sent on taxpayers' money weren't necessarily the most yeah, thorough on checking. To be honest, after I grabbed that, I should have just gone back, really. May as well turn around, because I can eventually cut over there, but there's no point, really. It looks like that's going to be the quickest way anyway. Rebel, yeah, mine goes back November the 2nd. What is it now for me? I think the 26th. Look. Yeah. So that still went pretty rapid though. I think this entire year went a bit too rapid. Well, it's already been 6-7 months since I've had like the PC. And again, that was what was kind of nice this week. Like the first couple of days I was deleting stuff on my phone, but then... Well, and then a couple of days I was deleting stuff on the computer, but eventually when I was like messing around on yeah, even BeamNG, just even like forgot all the buttons and controls to even work that game. But yeah, messing around on that, like I say, when I got the PC, I kind of, by the time I got it built and running and everything, it was only like a day or two before Roadcraft come out, so then I figured out how to get like Roadcraft, like working a live stream from the the PC, and how to edit and all that. So even though I've had the PC for say a good 6 months now, I've like barely done anything on it other than the things I quickly picked up, like editing a video. And yeah, I still don't really know what I'm doing, but like I say, I deleted some shit the other day and played a game. It's still pretty fun. And yeah, at some point, I'm not necessarily like desperate to do it or anything, but I could do like a BeamNG live stream or something at some point and do some of them some of the rally missions. There's loads of stuff on there, obviously, on each map, really. I mean, again, it's pretty, I think it was only like 20 quid for the game, which is a bit of a bargain, really, for the amount of stuff that's on there. It's kind of like a good game's worth anyway, and the fact that it's like very realistic crashing physics and all that is pretty cool. And yeah, even though I updated it, but when I first got BeamNG, I downloaded an E60 M5 mod on there, and thankfully that still works. So I can have my old Beamer racing around and crash it into stuff, which was fun. Squared client, sorry, do type fast, messing up typing. No, it's all good, man. I've got the general gist of what you were saying. Which, yeah, there is in theory. I mean, this is over a much longer period, but with the tectonic plates, the way they kind of slowly, like, one's pushing under the other one and so on, the Earth's terrain is slowly sort of being recycled round the tectonic plates. And again, that's obviously happening over a seriously long time, but in theory, there is things that we would have lost, and obviously there's like raising sea levels and lowering and whatnot. Like England's an island, or say Great Britain, but it's an island, whereas back in the day it used to be called like Dogger's Bank or something. It was like connected up to mainland Europe, and you know, there's loads of places that the water level used to be lower or higher in certain circumstances. So a lot of it changes over the years. They do as well. There's like the magnetic poles shift on the Earth. It happens about every 600,000 years, I think it is. And we're about due for one now, and the poles and that, they're getting a bit iffy already. And it could, in theory, flip at any point, and some people reckon it lines up with, like, serious sort of weather disasters, or probably weather's putting it lightly, that have happened on Earth, because in theory, what it could do is it doesn't necessarily flip like 180 degrees, but it can. But it could also flip 90 degrees, so then like the north and south that a compass would show would be on the equator. But what that'll also do is, like, long story short, seriously fuck up, like, it could shift the Earth's crust to try and line back up with the magnetism. But obviously if it's shifting that, but the water on the Earth that's doing like the tides and all the rest of it will still be moving the way inertia has got it going. And yeah, long story short, like, if the poles could flip at any moment, and then it'll create like massive tsunamis. And they reckon in theory, like Antarctica for example, some people reckon, I kind of in this boat, there looks like there might be pyramids and there's lots of weird shit in Antarctica, but obviously way back, Antarctica wasn't necessarily at the bottom of the Earth, but from the pole shifts that happen, which the pole shifts are like documented, that's not like conspiracy or anything, but there's obviously like certain conjecture and opinions on what will happen once it does, but certain like extreme weather events and all that sort of line up with when it happens. And yeah, in theory, so like for example, if it shifted, just say for the sake of argument to explain it, let's say it shifted and the North Pole ended up sticking out of England, and then I suppose the South Pole would be like Australia, the Earth's crust would try and twist to make like England would essentially end up at the top of the world, the North Pole, and Australia had become the South Pole, but the crust would try and shift. So yeah, Australia would then get put where Antarctica is. Antarctica would get shifted over, I don't know like literally, but just say where Argentina is or something, like Chile and all that. And that in theory could be how like there was pyramids and stuff built on Antarctica, because there wasn't like, it wasn't at the bottom of the Earth. Well, I know it's not the bottom, but you know what I mean, like the south of the Earth, and it's all iced over, so it could have been somewhere the equivalent of like Chile, which would sort of make sense, and there's various pyramids all up and down there. And then yeah, like if the Earth's poles shifted a bit, it could have moved the crust, and then that moved what land is now Antarctica down to the south, and then obviously it got frozen and buried in a shitload of snow. So there's all sorts of things that could happen. Yellowstone could pop any minute, and that'll it won't be good for the entire world. It'll be very bad for America. I think they'll be most affected, to put it lightly. Oh yeah, let's clear these bloody areas. How long we got left? Not too long left. I don't really want to get stuck into like a massive mission. What the hell? I'm trying to scroll but it keeps bumping back up. That one is doing wood. That's not too bad. That's what she said. That is 8. Well, I can get over there now. Saying that, I could do this one, because now I've got the construction zone. Oh yes, I am doing that. I've even got a thing here, I can buy 8 beams. Saying that's going to be a good chunk. It's like 16 grand, which is a bit juicy on this. Plan B. I've only got 2 beams, but there is like a truck chassis there, and a big pipe there. Let's scavenge some shit for a minute. my misspelling is because of fat fingers. Even when I type, I mean, I do moan about autocorrect because sometimes it does have a mind of its own. But in its defence, I think, you know, after being used to autocorrect for years, I just kind of, yeah, fat finger mash. I know roughly what I'm typing. And even though it comes out as a jumble of letters, thankfully, I assume, like, over the years, autocorrect has got better at, like, knowing, oh, if you hit YHJK, you meant some other word that's, like, very similar, if you know, like, close to the keys. They seem to have got it all figured out, so sometimes you can type, like, a pretty terrible effort at typing a word. And autocorrect actually does get it right. But then other times, as I've said, which annoys me, you'll type something like rabbit, and you typed it correctly, and then it'll change it to something like, say, rhomboid, something that's a word that is clearly used 1,000 times less than the word you typed. And for some reason, autocorrect decides to change your correctly spelt word for some other word that, yeah, is rarely used in the English language or any other. I don't know why it does that. But yeah, there is a lot of times I also type like a crackhead, and then it knows what I'm saying, which is pretty handy. Squared client, like I said, it's probably not what we call it, being the Meg, it's probably some different... Yeah, but I know, like, just say roughly speaking, massive shark, like... Well, I mean, they definitely used to exist. They've already found fossils of them, but... I know there is instances, but you never know these days. You've got to be careful what sort of people say and all that, but people have found megalodon teeth that are not fossilized, which obviously implies that it's not from a really old fossil of a megalodon. There's possibly a megalodon out there that they seem to, like, sharks sort of shed their teeth in general. Like, my granddad used to love collecting sharks' teeth. He even had a necklace with a shark's tooth on it. When he used to go to Florida, he loved picking them up off the beach. Yeah, but I mean, overall, like even the giant squid, I think there is now footage of it. But I remember even as a kid, that was like a bit of a myth. But it was kind of, people were like, yeah, I reckon it's real, but we've got no footage exists of it. And that's a giant squid. Like, that latches onto, like, whales and eats them. And we didn't even have any footage of it. Until very recently. But obviously where we send submarines down and that, like into the deepest parts of the ocean, specifically really because it's the deepest part of the ocean, and someone's going to get some kind of pat on the back for being, you know, they've gone like deeper under the ocean than anyone else kind of thing. Which, to be fair, yeah, I mean, you got to start somewhere. But yeah, the amount of ocean that they haven't explored, there's got to be a lot of shit out there. Even just like shipwrecks. I know that's obviously going to be like a bit more of a modern thing in the scheme of things, but well, there's still some pretty old ships from back in the day. In the scale of, like, you know, you can find dinosaur bones that are 100 million years old and stuff. Yeah, ships are going to be fairly recent, but there's obviously going to be like ships from back in the day. But they got some good treasure on them. That's the kind of thing I'd love to go and do, that sort of shit. Well, I would, but then I don't think I'd do very well generally in the ocean. I'm not, like, scared of swimming or anything like that. When you see the boats, like, I wouldn't exactly want to be like them crab fishermen that are in ridiculously rough seas flapping the boat around all day. I don't even really get seasick, but I just don't think I'd particularly enjoy that kind of thing. But if you're on calm seas and zipping around in a submarine, I might be interested in that. Especially if you're finding, like, some pirate ship treasure going on. Sounds like a great way to spend your life. And even, funny enough, earlier on I was watching a video about in the Second World War, what's sort of the lead up to it, and that France built a massive submarine, but it had like 2 naval guns on top of it. It also had a little hangar at the back that you could release a reconnaissance plane. But it was built partly to do with like the Washington Naval Treaty and the London Naval Treaty that were limiting like what ships you could build and all the rest of it. And their loophole was like, at the time there wasn't really a naval treaty on submarines, because it might have been France. Someone was kind of complaining about the details, so it all got sort of held up whilst all the different international communities decide what to do. So in the meantime, there was like a loophole where you could build like a massive submarine that didn't really count as your cap on like building I don't know, yeah, like battleships and that sort of stuff. So they did that, and anyway, apparently it was like a little bit of a disaster, because around that time Germany invaded, and the thing was getting fixed in the port at the time, so they ran it to England on just the electric motors and pretty much beached it in one of our harbours. But then they were being like, the army, the English army, went on there and sort of tried to get them off, and then they were refusing to leave, and then in the end, like, by then Germany took over France. Then you had like the French Freedom Force, or whatever the hell it was called, like the free French people that were still resisting, and they ended up kind of putting a submarine group together to drive it, although by comparison it was like a bit of an amateur set of submariners, whatever. And then, yeah, it was sent somewhere. It seemed like they were causing a bit of trouble, and then it seems they might have been sent, like, to the Pacific to defend that or whatever. But it was probably, like, with the intention of they'll just get shot and sank, and then they were being a bit of a headache. Because, again, they were like, France was being occupied, but the French people driving the submarine were just, one, amateurs getting drunk and kept, like, nearly flooding it and crashing it and all sorts. But then it vanished, like, just vanished. And there was reports of a boat that said it struck something underwater, so that it always just got counted as like, oh yeah, that ship must have hit it. But then as people were looking back, it's like, it's unlikely this ship hit it, because there really wasn't a lot of damage on the ship, and if it had hit a 360-foot submarine, it probably would have had more damage. And then in the end, it just sort of turned out where it was like, again, I mean, this is why you never trust the government, but it seems each different, like, England kind of wanted rid of them because they were being a bit of a pain in the arse. And in the end, it might have been like an American bomber might have mistaken it for a German U-boat and then blew it up. And then it turns out they sank the French submarine. But again, it all kind of got swept under the rug because America didn't really want to admit that. But England wanted rid of them. And I can't remember what else it was, but it was like Germany, or not Germany, I don't know, some other country sort of agreed because it was just better to kind of sweep it all under the rug a bit. But the point, sorry, it's a bit long-winded. That submarine wreck is out there somewhere, and no one's ever discovered it, and other than being the person that discovered it, I suppose you're not really going to get, like, it's not like it's going to be full of treasure. But I was just, yeah, so wherever that got sank, no one, as of today, has ever found that submarine. And yeah, it's laying out there somewhere. And obviously, I mean, more famous things like the Titanic, they've obviously found that. But yeah, there's got to be loads of stuff out there. If I go all the way down here, I'm trying to think which is the best way. Probably just looping around, although I hate crossing this bit. I think that's why I originally took the cable layer, like, right the way through here, just to avoid that little section. Should track it, that'll help. Or I could cut along there, actually. So yeah, if I come down here, up there, along there. Pop out there. Up there and over there. What could possibly go wrong? Where the hell am I? Oh, there. Alright, well I was going to go round this way. But now I've just realised where I am. I might have to just wing it and send it down that way. Onto the Lynx Scout with a trailer in pave mode. You can secure it and it will pave as you drive the Lynx. Tough to turn around though. Oh, is that like, yeah, putting a vehicle on it? I think I know what you mean. I'll have to try that out at some point. Oh, yeah. Pretty massive vehicle to hit. That's what happened to that French submarine. Now we know. Squared Client, well, it's known volcanoes create land tectonic plates, help shift them like you're saying with the ground. Yeah, so in theory, there's going to be some but theoretically, very ancient civilizations and animals that essentially just get fed under the tectonic plates, and then that's it, it's gone. So all it means is, like, there is theoretically a finite amount of time fossils and whatnot will be on the Earth, because eventually it will all just keep going round and getting recycled. Obviously on a very large time scale, but it's still happening. And things that, say, died near where the tectonic plates are to begin with don't really have to go that far before they start getting, like, tucked under the tectonic plate, and then obviously it just eventually goes deeper into the Earth and will become molten, and whatever it is gone. Oh, don't do it, you bastard. I wasn't looking at the vehicle, I was kind of looking ahead where I'm going to go. I think when I slammed the brakes on, she went. So after all that, I'm going to need another crane. Let's get this one. Well, there's no good way, but I'll probably recover it to here. Underwater volcanoes help with that too. Yeah, exactly, it's all going on, so given enough time. But yeah, the lack of the amount of oceans that they've searched, there's room for a lot of shit to be down there. Including, like, not just, I'm thinking of, like, pirate treasure, but yeah, various fish and whatnot as well. Even though I think the pirate treasure's more interesting than the fish. But it depends if that fish is some kind of megalodon fish. And that's pretty interesting. Jesus Christ, my cat has had a shit and it smells so bad, I feel like I'm about to have an asthma attack. One bad thing about a house cat. Oh, shit. Hit a post. Professor Wolf, I would have gotten better grades. It's true. History was, if they made it as interesting at school, like, I like looking at a lot of history stuff, but I really didn't like history at school. But I wouldn't even say, oh, it's because, say, I was younger or whatever. It was like, no, the history they did at school was just pretty shit and boring. And the amount of, history as a subject, you have so much room to make it the best lesson ever at school, based on you can talk about just about anything that happened in the past tense. And yeah, they still managed to make it boring as fuck. But I do like watching a lot of, like, documentaries and all that sort of stuff with, yeah, random shit, like, say, that submarine. I've seen it before, I've read a bit about it and that before, but I didn't really know a lot. I didn't know, like, the story I just said, really, until I saw it earlier. So hopefully they're telling the truth, otherwise Just told you a fake story about the submarine. But it obviously sounds all about right, like lines up. It obviously existed in the war from France, came over here as France was getting captured by Germany. Yeah, there it is. Well, its handbrake on anymore. Will it get through here? I mean, it will, but it's going to try and tip again because it's got more weight on it. I need to get a better line going. I need to kind of get my wheels up on there before it starts to tip like so. So, I mean, I drove here earlier and it was obviously without 8 steel beams though. With 8 steel beams, it's not going as well. This crane really does not listen. Right, I was trying to lower that for about 5 to 10 seconds, and it just wasn't, even though I pressed the button repeatedly. Just sneak it through this way. Oh, joking me. So if you just didn't have to hold the button to enter that menu, you could get out of it a lot easier. I think at this part I'll just bring the crane. I'll just move the fucking thing over that side. Bit solved. Rebel, yeah, nah. What he speaks of is true. Yeah, there's definitely, again, a lot more than they let you know, unless you go digging a bit. Figuratively, but I suppose literally as well in the case of like archaeology and that sort of stuff. Same with like the pyramids and all that. It's another sketchy one. Like, some people reckon the Egyptians basically found the pyramids, so they didn't actually build them themselves. But they'd been there for a very long time by the time they found them. Which, again, maybe. I remember reading a while ago as well, with in Egypt, I think it was Tutankhamun had like a dagger made of iron maybe, but they hadn't even got to the Iron Age by then. And it turns out the way he had it was a meteorite. Someone had obviously found a piece of meteorite that was iron. And him being a pretty wealthy pharaoh and whatnot, obviously got first dibs on it. And yeah. Which you imagine back then, you can see why they would think like, oh, this was sent from the gods and whatnot, because in that case it was like, as far as they're concerned, it literally was. It came out of the sky and it's a material that no one on the planet had at that point. But yeah, obviously it came down as a meteorite and then they just shaped it into a dagger. It'd be pretty cool back then, having an item that is literally like, he had some space age shit that no one on the planet for any amount of money could buy, because it wasn't invented yet on Earth anyway. But that's the thing, like with the pyramids as well, there was never any mummies found in them. And as well, if you look at like what they're made of and all the rest of it, it's long and complicated, and I can't really remember how to explain it or anything now. But long story short, it might even be similar to what Tesla was going at. And apparently there used to be like gold capstones on top of the pyramids, and based off like the stone and everything that they're made of and where it's specifically placed in the pyramid, it creates like, when you run water underneath it, which they've found like there is water, or was around the pyramids, because like the Sphinx has got like water wear marks all around the base of it. When you run water through it, it resonate at a certain frequency, and they reckon there's a possibility like they were using it more, well, whoever built it was using it as a source of energy. But then they reckon like, yeah, the Egyptians found them and obviously set up their civilization there, but they might not have actually built them themselves. Again, you never know. Square Client, I don't think we have a lot of volcanoes active anymore. Probably not relative to how it used to be, but there is in the scheme of things. Like, there's still a lot. I don't know, but I imagine if you typed it in, like Google, like how many active volcanoes, I bet it's gonna be something like 70 or 140, so I don't think it'll be like 2. They go off quite a lot, really, but not necessarily big ones. Again, it's one of them where yeah, just a little normal Earth volcano is kind of pretty standard issue. It's when the ones like the super volcanoes like Yellowstone, when that goes off, which again is theoretically kind of due as well in the scale of like when it's gone off previously. I think it went off like 1.3 million years ago, and then about 650 million years ago. But obviously on that time scale, like, it's in theory due, it's been due for the last several million years, but it could just, in the blink of an eye, it could go off in 200 years, but that is nothing in the scheme of things. But none of us are going to be alive to see it if it takes another 200 years, so yeah. But again, that's another one that when it goes off, that'll be a biggie. Oh god, I'm not doing them now, but I forgot I even had to do them barrels. It made me sick just thinking about them. I don't know, that one's, it's not terrible, it's just a little bit boring of a mission, to be honest. All this organised wood production. I mean, I'll come out with a wood trimmer thing, but I may not get it all done. I'm probably about done for tonight. We're getting close. We actually got quite a bit done. Not a bad night of mission doing, I reckon. I wish this thing was a bit quicker. Vehicles need some kind of like travelling gear. I mean, they basically did it with the bulldozer, or it's got marching mode. They could have done it with these sort of vehicles, so it just hurried up a little bit. May as well steal a tree from over here, really. Treat myself. We had a lot the Ring of Fire, but not many active anymore. Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of them things where, in the scheme of things, like, it's not as bad as it sort of used to be on the planet. But where there are volcanoes, that one went off the other year, didn't it? Near, I can't remember what country, but probably somewhere around like that Ring of Fire, that kind of neck of the woods, that sent a shockwave up and kind of popped its way through the clouds and all the rest of it. I think that was a pretty big one. I think these days, within reason, people have kind of figured out the active volcanoes and don't really live near them, and then a lot of the dormant ones, or at least if they go off but they're pretty small, manageable volcanoes. So yeah, I don't think you get as many as like obviously back in the day Pompeii and that, where they built it at the base of one that turned out to be active. But I think it was back in like the 70s. That one went off in on an island in Iceland. And that started covering like some of the town. There was a harbour they had there and all that. And they ended up spraying water, like a load of seawater on it to sort of stop it. And in the end it worked out quite nicely because it built a bit more island. But they're probably kind of... I don't think they were expecting that to go off, otherwise they wouldn't have built a town and a harbour next to it. And it had been dormant for like thousands of years, or probably more by that point. And it basically just suddenly became active again. But yeah, in general, I think Iceland is quite new in the scheme of things with countries that has literally just been forming out of like volcanoes going off. So I think they're kind of quite used to it. And they've sort of figured out, again in theory, the areas like where not to build, because there'll likely be more volcanoes going off and pouring lava like over in that direction. But in the scheme of things, it is, yeah, Iceland's like slowly getting more land added all the time, really, as more volcanoes go off. But yeah, like I say, if it's just a little relatively trickle of lava coming out and pours into the ocean, no one really not cares, but I mean, it's like, it's not a danger to anyone or anything. Whereas in theory, if Yellowstone went off, like Yellowstone's, I think it's classed as like a super volcano, so if that goes off, it's just an eruption on a scale that's a lot bigger than like a normal volcano, like with a chamber of magma underneath is a shitload bigger than a normal volcano. But yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think we are basically on a giant ball of molten metal and lava and rock and everything. But then the outside layer is like cooking a marshmallow on a fire, but the outside layer has just got crispy enough that we all live on it. But not that far under our feet in the scheme of things. It's all, yeah, basically the inside of a volcano. Again, like between the tectonic plates also slowly kind of cycling round, we are living on the edge. And yeah, the amount of things that could happen, like we were saying earlier, with the magnetic things shifting, or yeah, Yellowstone and whatnot. And they've all happened throughout history, so it's not like, oh, it couldn't happen to us. And then obviously the dinosaurs, in theory, got ended by that big meteorite. That's another thing that could happen. We are living pretty dangerously out here in space. To be fair, I think we're doing as well as we are, because we've got Jupiter nearby, in the scheme of things. And that's so massive, that sucks a lot of meteorites and stuff towards it. There's a meteorite that hit it. It was some Jewish name. It was like called Levi Fritz. No, probably not Fritz. Fritz is a bad name to say as Jewish, probably. Levi, something. Some name of an asteroid or meteorite, whatever, that hit Jupiter recently. And the hole in the cloud that it poked in Jupiter is about the size of the Earth. So long story short, if it hit us, we'd be mega triple fucked. But Jupiter's so massive, it kind of hoovers a lot of things towards it. And then we don't get hit. So, yeah. If you wake up tomorrow and we haven't been killed by a meteorite, thank Jupiter. He's the bro taking all the hits for us. Well, the main one, anyway. He's like the MVP of space for us. Sometimes it's like the missus try to say the words before we speak them. What's that? Sometimes it's like the missus try to say the words You know about, like, your misses, or if you miss the buttons or something. Squared client, oh, the Kraken, yeah, that was a myth, but still, but yeah, there are very large squids that have been recorded, I don't know. Yeah, not literally the Kraken, and I'm not saying that was real, but you never know, like, you know, essentially. But yeah, giant squid or colossal squid, but they've got footage of them now, but in the scheme of it, you'd think even back, like, I don't know, in the 80s and 90s and all that, you kind of almost think, oh yeah, we'll already, like, if it existed, we'd know by now, but there's a lot of shit we don't. And yeah, given the amount of ocean that hasn't been searched, it stands to reason mathematically, from the amount of shit we've found with the small percentage we've searched, that there has to be a lot of other shit. Obviously, we tend to assume, like, a lot of the stuff we haven't found is probably, like, various small shrimp and fish and whatnot, because we're assuming there's not something like a blue whale size swimming around, because we generally can see whales quite easily. But, again, I mean, the colossal squid is massive. I think they're getting on for about the size of a whale, but we've never seen them because they live really deep in the ocean. Well, again, I think some submersible recently got footage of one sort of moving past. But then you never know. I remember watching a thing where you never know if it's bullshit, even with the government, if they're doing it sort of on purpose, but there was some, like, ex-Navy kind of top secret type guy. I can't remember who he was. But they were saying about looking for shit in the ocean, but from more of a military standpoint. And he said, again, could be complete bullshit, but I at least think, like, if you're a pretty high up naval person that was in the official army or navy, I suppose, but and you state your entire reputation and your word on saying, like, he was basically saying something about the size of an oil rig, or bigger than an oil rig, sorry. It's about the size of, like, a block in, you know, in America, like a city block. Something the size of that was moving through the ocean at hundreds of miles an hour, and they detected it on their submarine and their equipment, but obviously it flew past them and went pretty quick. And again, it could be bullshit, but I don't know, like, then does that guy basically ruin his entire reputation just by saying something completely stupid? And yeah, could be the truth. We've got 5 in there. Really? It looks like 6 to me, unless one of them are poked out the edge. I can try and ram it back in a minute. That's definitely what she said. Right, just gotta find another tree. We're getting close. Problem is all the factories are deeper in the forest at the minute. And then these ones are too fat. Oh, that one's grabbable. Whatever it's called, it supposedly lives beyond light, past of what we have explored. Yeah, various things. There's loads of shit that lives down there, which not too long ago they said really they don't think anything can live if it ain't got access to sunlight, which obviously we've found plenty of shit by now that's not remotely the case. But yeah, I mean, them colossal squid as an example, they live like it's something like 3.5 kilometers down, and a lot of, well, just normal submarines don't even go that far, but I'm on about, like, the submarines even that are purpose-built to dive really deep. They still, in the scheme of things, can't go down that far. That's why reaching the Titanic was such a big thing. Obviously, it's a famous sort of ship, but it's something like 4 miles down, and the majority of even, like, deep-sea diving submarines can't go that far down. So it took a lot of effort. I mean, obviously, that Titan submersible or whatever it was, that was like someone trying to build a submarine that could go down to view the Titanic, and that imploded and they all died. And obviously that was pretty recent. That's how, like, difficult it is just to get down there. And after hearing it, that guy was a bit of a reckless amateur. But that said, you've still got to build an actual submarine, so you've still got to be a bit of a invested, reckless amateur. To like, I can't just whip up a submarine that can dive 4 miles down. Well, obviously he couldn't either, but he thought he could. But yeah, some of the ones that do dive pretty deep have now gone down to what is apparently like the deepest parts of the ocean and all the rest of it, but it's still an absolute like tiny blip in the scale of what there is out there. Especially you think like between say America and China and all that, like it's the Pacific Ocean, but that's a hell of a span of ocean, and a lot of ships don't really go. There's certain routes along there, but there's not a lot in the scheme of things, because a lot of ships sort of go like from America. I mean, if you're on that coast, but from America they'll kind of cut across the Atlantic, essentially over to the UK, say down like round Africa or whatever, and going over to like China, that sort of way. A lot of ships don't even go like the Pacific route right across, because if you did get in trouble, you're kind of up shit creek at that point, because you are in the middle of nowhere. Like, it would take weeks, if not months, to get a ship out to you. So yeah, that's a lot of ocean, like, whereas versus like some heavy high traffic areas, yeah, that nudged it in there, have probably been searched quite a lot by comparison. Well, the pyramids, they were built by slaves in Egypt. Possibly, but that's where they might not have been as well. I'm not saying like it's one of them really, where I honestly don't know. So I find it all pretty interesting. I can see the possibility that the people found it. Obviously, it was built by something or someone at some point, but maybe not necessarily the Egyptians, because when you line a lot of it up, it sort of... again, it's too much, and I don't really know it that well to explain it now, but if you watched the things that kind of go into it, there's a lot of, say, different details on the pyramids versus buildings that were built pretty much sort of guaranteed by the Egyptians there, but it sort of implies they weren't necessarily built at the same time. But again, you never really know. If you watch, Joe Rogan did a podcast a while ago with the guy that's basically the gatekeeper of the pyramids in Egypt, and you'd only have to watch a little bit of it to realise he talks out his arse. He doesn't really know what he's talking about, but he just gatekeeps the information because it's kind of like a big tourist attraction. And he just says, yeah, he knows everything, and he's uncovered everything, and he knows every secret there is to know about the pyramids. But as soon as you, like, even on that Joe Rogan gives him a bit of questioning, yeah, you can just tell he doesn't have a fucking clue. Like, he's got a book out, so he keeps mentioning, oh, it's in his book. But he's basically just someone that you can tell is a bit stuck up their own arse, probably pretty high-powered in Egypt, and he's been in charge of the pyramids and all that, and then he's just one of them closed-minded people that you'd say to him, like, anything that's essentially, say, refutes his theory. It's not like, because he's made a book, anything that goes against what would come out in his book, he's going to be like, nope, that's not true, because he doesn't want to discredit his own book, because he wants to sell more books. So it's one of them where, like, you get it a lot, really, in, like, archaeological circles, where they sort of, yeah, gatekeep it, because the same potentially with, like, dinosaurs and different discoveries, because the person who originally discovered it wrote a book on it, etc., and they want to be the person that is, like, the final authority on, oh, it happened this way, and then they don't let anyone else, even with, like, after new discoveries, because, again, they don't want to invalidate their own previous book sales and so on. So it's a bit filthy the way the archaeological industry in general is kind of gate-kept. We've got another route, but it's not. I wanted these ones up here, but I'm assuming then it's going to be... In fact, if I go through these... Oh yeah, let's plot this then. Quickly, just to see if they will actually get out the tunnel. Am I going the right way? Where the hell does it want these? Oh, it's probably over here somewhere. That I've not even unlocked the clouds yet. Yeah, I bet it is, because I bet that's why I built this road along here, wasn't it? The problem is I can't end the route to set the thing off. So I can't do that yet, actually. There was another one. No, it's just not brought. It's two different vehicles it sends out of here. I'm sure one of them go down to here or something, but yeah, there's no. It ain't that. Because like you've got that yellow flashing circle there, and the end you got to deliver it to as a flashing circle. But I'm pretty sure it's that building that I ended up building, like a sand road kind of going along there, and built it up the side of the wall. I'll probably have to leave it then for next week, I reckon. Rebel, wow, pushing 5 hours tonight. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's it's because the clocks went back. I was still just thinking, oh, at 6:30. Is normally I do 2:30 to 6:30, but obviously because the clocks went back, yeah, I've done 1:30 to 6:30. There you go. Squeezed an extra hour out of me. Take a look at Indonesia's island of Java, more specifically the city of Yogyakarta. Fair enough, man. I'll check it out. City of Java. I'll find that. I'll remember that. It looks like yogurt go-kart. That's how I remember it. Yogurt go-kart in Java. Power will do. I'm interested. Yeah, I'll go and have a look at that after. I need to check out Zach's firearms. Power stroke, practically situated right below the world's most active volcano, more like Pompeii 2.0. Oh, is it? Yeah, they won't be too happy when it finally happens. Indonesia is where most of my followers are, according to my YouTube studio stats. Oh, are they? Yeah, that's pretty cool. I've not looked on mine for a little while. I think like the last time I did was the majority is America, but like I think it was like 30 or 40%, so there's still more people that are non-American, let's say. But yeah, America, the UK, but then it goes like all over the place. It's pretty mad. Like there's people watching in continents and places that I've never been. Well, I've never been outside the UK, to be fair. So every country counts. But yeah, people watching apparently in China and all sorts. It's pretty insane, really. Autocorrect, and yes, the boss of the house, Missy. Indos tend to like trucks and heavy equipment in general, and from my observation, your content suits the bill. Yeah, so it probably makes sense if they like that sort of stuff. You saying this kind of reminds me of religion, about the whole book thing. I'm not sure what you mean with that, but I know with like the book, the Bible, there's obviously a lot of things that are cut out of the Bible. Is it like the Book of Enoch or whatever? I might be getting this sort of wrong, but he ended up apparently went to heaven to visit God, and they were talking about some shit, which apparently in theory you're not able to go to heaven until you're dead, but he did, and it ended up being like his grandson was Noah, who survived the flood. But then when you read back now, it's been removed out of the Bible, but there's other older versions of the Bible that have been found. It basically describes a UFO abduction, to be fair, because he even says in heaven, like, you'd think it was endless sky above you, but he said it had a roof to it, and it's like chariots of fire came down from the sky and picked him up, and he was in heaven, but he was in something that had a roof to it, and there was these magical beings that were talking to him. And yeah, again, I'm not saying like either way, but I like to read and see these things as like possibility. You never know. But yeah, it reads more like what you would think of as like chariots from the sky and all the rest of it. Yeah, more like an alien abduction, but then was written as like going to heaven and visiting God and whatnot. So there's a lot of shit, like I say, you don't get told a lot. You get spoon-fed the very basic stuff, unless you really go digging for it. And again, a lot of it is, I mean, the Book of Enoch is documented in the sense of, like, it exists. Whether it was an alien abduction, I'm not saying it is or isn't, but it could be. Well, it's either that, or he did go to heaven and visit God. But yeah, I mean, the book exists, but it's just not put in the real Bible, along with, like, many, many other things that were sort of removed. So even that is sort of edited in certain ways, really, compared to, like, every biblical book that originally belonged. Yeah, rebel aliens got him. You never know. Could have bagged him up, taught him some shit, and then sent him back. Well, supposedly the Bible is a mix of a few older Bibles. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of, like, what you read in the Bible is, like... I've not even really read it, but I've heard various passages. A lot of it is, like, moral... Not just morals, but... stories and things that are worth knowing. I've explained that really badly, but... yeah, again, I've said this before. It needs a better publisher. Not publisher, but... they could win a lot more people around. There's a lot of good shit in the Bible that isn't really necessarily religion related per se. It's just good advice on certain things. And I'm not even religious, but I'm just saying, like, there's... But yeah, it's like a collection of wise people's things from over the years, but obviously it's been added to from, yeah, a mix of older Bibles and texts and whatnot. But at the same time, there's also been stuff removed that used to be in there, but then certain powers that be have deemed us not worthy enough to hear that information, so they kind of suppress it and bury it and all the rest of it. And yeah, we end up where we are today, with Hillary Clinton and blaming her. Power Stroke. The thing is, with Indonesian followers, they yield less revenue for the creator, if I'm not mistaken, which caused some issues for some creators. I hope it doesn't bother you, mate. Yeah, is it probably to do with, like, the amount they do on advert? To be fair, I mean, I make, recently with Roadcraft, it goes just over £100 a month, but it ain't, like, I'm not really paying bills with YouTube anyway. It ain't enough. Like, yeah, I'd probably need about 5 to 10 times the channel size, really, for it to officially would cover bills and everything. At the minute, it pretty much covers, like, I suppose the cost of the game. I've technically earned more off YouTube than I've spent on the game, but then I've spent more on the PC than I've made off YouTube. But then it covers, I suppose, like, I'm sure the electric it uses, but then the cost of the internet and whatnot as well. Probably the cost of me coffees to drink while I'm doing videos. Rebel, have a good morning, mate. Thanks for the stream. Fingers crossed for SnowRunner. Yeah, I will get round to that pretty soon. Like I said, I'm just sort of blowing off a bit of steam, messing around on some other games, just to get that itch. Like, flying around on BeamNG was nice because it was high speed and I can hit trees and smash the car to bits. I needed to get some of that out my system. Rebel, I do this for therapy. Yeah, making the videos. Squared Klein, and some believe that the Bible is the original, and that's impossible. Christianity was in Africa before it was even considered in the US. Nor am I man, I'm not religious either. Yeah, but I find the historical aspect of it and that pretty interesting, and I think certain things tie in. Not saying I believe everything that's written in it. But yeah, again, there's a lot of tangents that can spring off from that subject, which I find pretty interesting. Right, yeah, I'll call it a day there, guys, because, as you pointed out, gone over an extra, nearly going for 5.5 hours. Yeah, cheers for popping in and hanging out and all the rest of it. I don't know making videos this week. I might do, but it's just one of them. I'm probably going to mess around on a few games. If I find something I'm going to make a video on, then I'll do it. But either way, long story short, I'll be back sooner or later, one way or another. In fact, I'm going to stop, but I'll just go back to the main menu just to see what % we're up to. Rebel, your followers should be able to deduct this on their taxes. Therapy for me to release stress on my mind. Yeah, true. I pay my taxes in America for YouTube. YouTube takes 30%. Oh, 55%, they're both on 55. It's nice. Nice round numbers. Oh yeah, look, I was on Steam the other day and I've got like a Mr. Moneybags sign at the top now next to my name. Just because it kept being a blank nothing. And every time you click on it to buy one of these little pictures, I've racked up like 37,000 Steam points from buying games on Steam. And yeah, I was like, right, I want a picture. And the only one, all of them meant nothing to me. There was a woman with big tits, which was a close second. But then I saw that Mr. Moneybags guy, so I bagged him up. D. Llewellyn, have a good morning, Mr. Lone Wolf. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in and all the rest of it. Squared Client 5, good video, man. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, again, cheers for hanging out like this. I'll be back sooner or later, one way or another. Just messing around. I might have another go on BeamNG, do a bit of rallying on that. And then, yeah, I'll kind of get back to business and carry on with some videos. Power Stroke, alright, thanks Mr. Lone Wolf, thanks guys, a fine stream that was, stay healthy and take care of yourself, you guys. Yeah, you too, man, I appreciate it. Yeah, enjoy yourself, guys, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is, whatever time it is, and yeah, I'll be back soon. Just gotta figure out how to end the stream again. I don't know why I forget every single week. Yeah, stop streaming, it's